Oh, that's the wrong one. We went on to the wrong scene. Hi there, everybody. We're back and we're in the right place this time. Welcome to session... Oh God, what session are we on? Is it 96?
I think it was 96.
We're going to say 96. We might be wrong. We reserve the right to change it at the last minute. Hi there, folks, and welcome to session 96 of The Forming. I am, of course, your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quests here. I'm not Son of Asgard anymore. Damn, I keep doing this shit. I'm not Son of Asgard. It's Oops All Brands. Except here, where I'm World Tree Quests on Twitch and YouTube. And with me today, I've got my lovely and amazing cast. We've got Just Harry, we've got Patron of Chaos, and we've got Khadij Al Kubra. First off, a wee bit of an apology for last week. Internet was deciding to... Well, actually, no, it wasn't the internet, because we checked this several times. It was not my internet, it was Twitch and YouTube just deciding to be dicks about the situation. But anyway, I do apologise. We couldn't get to stream on those days. But we are back here with that. We didn't even manage to get through the recaps last time we tried to play, so we're going to have to do all that as well. But I do have a little couple of things that I want to put out there. Number one, I'm going to be at PAX Unplugged this year. So if you're going to be at PAX Unplugged, you should come and see me. I'm going to be I don't know if I'm allowed to say much, but I'm going to be doing some things and rolling some click-clacks and just being an all-round badass. But yeah, you should definitely come and say hello. I do believe there might be some other folks from World Tree Quest that are going to be there, so you should poke your head around and say hello, and who knows, you might be able to grab a little souvenir, because we're going to have, hopefully, basic little trinket merch things, which I will be giving away if you find me. But yeah, other than that, I don't really have much of anything to say. No. That's where I'm going to end that for just now. With that being said, I'm going to move swiftly on to ask, guys, can anybody remember what happened, not last week, but the last time we played, and where we left off?
Last we played, we made plans to have some of us do the chatty chat representing the soon-to-be crowned king and queen, and then some of us going to do the sneaky sneak. Also, Zotali became a starts with a C,
a Cambion.
Cambion, thank you. I always forget that word. Became a Cambion. Made a deal with Asmodaddy, and he and Arya plan to try and test out his new powers before they start their to do the sneaky thing, just in case like anything could help out, kind of test out the waters. Arya also got a letter or scroll from Winter saying that her brother, who was leading an expedition, there was a cave-in, they cannot be traced, and I personally have an idea for that, but outside of game, Arya was just, in game, Arya was just like kind of like bummed, but you know, hopefully, maybe he's still out there, maybe he's alive. And then Reverie was going to talk with Kesslys about something. I don't remember what the topic was. Elion was going to get an outfit for the party, and like I said, Arya and Zotali were going to try and work together to test his new powers, while she also was going to go pick up her commission for the brooch that she got.
That is... And that's pretty much all of it. Is there anything else that's been missed out there, folks, that we want to add in?
I know.
Alrighty. Interesting. Okie dokie.
Trying to remember if there was any cutscenes or anything. It's been so long.
No, I'm just messing with you. There was no cutscenes.
Okay. I'm not as good a note taker as Ash. I'm getting better, but.
Alrighty. So with that, as we did try to do last week, we are going to start with Elion, as Elion is going to be going to the haberdashery and tailors to pick up the outfit that he requested. Let me just ensure I've got the correct place. I do. Fantastic. So, Elion, Mystery Thilden. You'd been previously measured at the Bloodthorne's finest tailors, and on your way to pick this up, walking through the every day growing more and more amazing streets of what has now become officially known as the Vardenvale. I'd like you to roll me a perception check.
Oh. 14.
Okay, so on a 14, as you're walking through here, you start to realise that spring has started getting a little bit organised. Very, very similar to what you've got set up in like the summer courts and in the cities in the country of summer. You can see guards walking around here. These guards are wearing armour that seems to be very rooted in spring colours. Green and bronze. There's lots, all of the armour is kind of, the different plates and scales of metal are shaped like leaves, and the bronze on them is like the design of the veins and the rounded shapes of the leaves. Not only that, you see a lot of their focus seems to be on medium range as well as ranged weaponry. Every single person you can see who you would look at and go, that's a city guard, they're carrying a bow. Mm-hmm. And they're carrying some form of either sword and shield or twin short sword combo. Mm-hmm. It's at this point you're going to start to realise that spring is becoming very, very quickly. It's no longer just all these are the people that dance in dirt. It's very quickly becoming like an organised, structured, and even, dare I say, thriving country. Mm-hmm. Eventually you'll arrive at the tailors. Mm-hmm. And as you step in, expecting, of course, the same kind of tussle you had the last time, expecting to deal with this young upstart, he's not present. In fact, there's nobody present inside the tailors except a older Eladrin. No horns adorn his head, but much like the younger one that you dealt with, deep, vibrant red hair. He's going to turn and look at you and speak with a voice that is it's definitely a spring voice, but it has that haughtiness of that summer. It's definitely got a tone to it that is not one you'd be common to hear in spring. As he turns, gives you a cursory up and down glance. Is there something at all that I could be helping you with there, sir?
Oh, I'm just here for a pickup.
He walks over to the wooden pedestal where a large, very, very elegant and very decorated leather-bound book stands. Every move that he makes, whether it with his hand, whether it with a pencil, whether it with an implement, is precise, controlled. Make me an insight check on that. I'll give you advantage because of your expertise in combat and your military training.
21.
On a 21, you can tell this man has been trained in how to use a sword. And not just like his dad knew how to use a sword so he taught him. No, this man has been very intricately trained in how to use a sword. You know this because he looks and acts and behaves in this body language the way that you were trained to. This Eladrin, despite being very evidently a spring Eladrin, was trained in the art of war by Summer. As he looks through, he gets to a page of presumably pickups for this day/week. And he says, "Your name there, please."
Elian. Do you need the last?
No, I don't think I will need that. Thank you very much. Yes, we have your items here. He turns and he goes for all their all of the what you would presume to be packages that are to be picked up. They are all wrapped in really, really soft buckskin. And he brings it down, sets it in front of you and says, "Would the gentleman like to try on the outfit just to ensure everything is to his standards?" When he says standards, there's a bit of a bite to it.
Are you implying you would like to see me undress?
Have a good day, sir.
I'll take the package and slot it into the pack.
As you do that, there's the sound of as you pick it up, slot it into your pack. As your head turns away for the briefest moment, there's the sound of have you ever seen those old school scissors, but it's not actually scissors, it's the two triangular shaped blades connected by the U shape of metal. Have you heard the sound that the blades make when they scrape against each other? That
Shink.
Yeah. There's that brief sound, and then he gasps. As you look up, he has obviously picked these up, and there's a large slit down his hand. As he takes out a napkin, places it on it, he's like, "I do apologise, sir. Slip of the hand in my old age."
Well, it's probably been a while since you've used your hands, no?
It has been a long time, good sir. But my son is...
A prick?
not quite up to maintaining the family standard at this moment in time.
Mm-hmm.
Will the gentleman be needing anything else with that? I can direct you to our sister store if you require any accessories or shoes to go with the outfit.
Yeah, that would be lovely. But first, that piece in the corner, and I'll purposely point to something behind him.
Okay. He will turn,
and then
while holding his hand like this, he will turn and look up.
Because I heard of my friends getting hit with minor wounds or punctures.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to just cast Detect Magic now he can't see me, just to see if there's anything going on.
Okay, so you cast Detect Magic. I'm assuming that in this moment in time you are using a spell slot for that.
Yes.
Okay, so you pop spell slot, Detect Magic. So a couple of things that you would understand to be magical and expect to be magical do light up. The gemstones that are in the sconces on the wall, they light up, but you knew this kind of thing because you knew that spring and autumn have kind of set up a very lucrative trade deal So you know that they've got like stones and gemstones from autumn that have been enchanted. So that's expected. His shears that he has set down on the table, they light up, they glint up. So there are a bunch of like little ink pots around. For a very particular thing, I am going to roll for it because detect magic does say that behind certain depths of substances, some things can't be detected. And I didn't really set out and go, oh, how thick is the wood on this, blah, blah, blah. So I'm going to roll for it and just see, you know, like we always do, we kind of decide something, we put it to a d20 roll. So I'm going to make the roll. On a 1 to a 10, you'll be able to see it. On an 11 to 20, you won't be able to see it. Come on, out you come, out you come. Okay. So, in the desk, and what appears, so like the desk appears to be set up like your standard desk. Drawers here, table bit here, empty central part. But in the center of the desk, something glitters. And it's with a type of magic that you don't recognize. The aura of it is unfamiliar.
Okay.
So as he's turned and he's looking up at the wall, I'm afraid I don't understand what piece you're talking about there, sir.
I could have sworn I saw something like gold trim, but must have been a trick of that. These new stones, we don't have them in summer. They just catch my eyes. Sorry, I don't mean to waste your time.
That's quite all right, sir. Is there anything else I can help you with at all?
Yeah, did you want me to nurse the wound? And I'm a novice healer, but I can fix it if you wish.
Lifts up his hand, and you can see the very, very faint impression of a scar, and what appears to be stitches. Is like, it's already very well taken care of. Thank you very much, sir.
You are a talented man.
I am the best at what I do.
I would like to ask a question before I leave, if it won't take up your time.
I am your servant, good sir.
What was it like in summer when you were young?
It was a hard life, but I am blessed to be beyond it now.
You don't look back on it fondly?
I look back on what I learned fondly, but I bless and thank those beyond that I no longer have to put it into practice.
Can't help but miss it sometimes. The practice. When one is made for a purpose and the purpose is taken away, it almost feels cruel.
Perhaps if one cannot believe the idea of a purpose beyond what they were raised to be, it would appear so. But for me, I always knew I was meant for something greater.
When did that realization come?
Later than it should have, but early enough to be effective.
You know, if I'm correct in my assumption, I do apologize for the scene I caused with your kin recently. I'm sure he told you.
My son made it clear in his words that while he was not entirely to blame, his actions brought around the eventual outcome.
Oh, yes, he chucks an unbelievable amount of shit.
I thank you very much for the lesson that he was very handily taught.
Thank you.
You are very welcome.
I will take a bow, and I will leave.
As you leave, I would like you to make... Oh, what? Well, wait, I guess this would... do you know what? I will let you make the roll, because you've came in here quite on guard, so I'll let you make the roll. As you leave, you have an option of two things here. You can make either a perception or an investigation check as you leave.
Okay. I will make a perception, because I'm dumb. That is 18.
On an 18, on a perception check, as you leave, it's barely perceivable. In fact, it blends in so effectively with the carvings around the doorway. Think very like, Celtic knotwork and how it was used to create like designs and such. The designs on the door frame are of vines, trees, birds, creatures of immense beauty. But in a patch that's designed almost to look like flowers, you notice one of those flowers is slightly different. Anybody else might have cast it aside, but you being from summer and you knowing what to look for, you recognise the symbol of the sun with 8 leaves of flame coming off of it. The last time you saw this sun was on a banner as a bunch of people marched towards Russet Falls, chanting Solus Primi Sumus.
Mm-hmm.
Now, on its own, hardly proof. But why would a Spring Eladrin have this masked in his shopfront's design?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Before I head back, I'm going to quickly grab, like, someone passing by on the street. Just gently say, like, sorry to bother. I plan on doing quite a lot of shopping this afternoon. Do you know what time the establishments usually close?
So, as you ask this to the person, they look up at the sky, they raise their hand up, and they say roughly 6 hours from now, they'll start closing everything down.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're most welcome. You have yourself a lovely day now.
And I will head back to wherever I assume everyone is.
Fantastic. With you making your way back, we are going to go to Reverie. Now, we've already spoke about this, about how we got cut off because of the internet when we last played. And it cut us off right halfway between the conversation had between Reverie and Kesselies. And we do not remember what the conversation they were having was about. So we're just going to go and we're just going to see what happens. Okay?
Going all fives.
Yeah, we're just running on a wing and a prayer. That's what we're doing. Okay? So Reverie, where would you be found at this moment in time?
Before the party, I think she would kind of have found like a dark and quiet spot and just kind of been doing what she had been doing in her room the other night, which is some kind of form of meditative, like yoga, to find her center before having to go and be a discount Sheila for the night.
On that, there's going to be a knock on the door where you are.
Come in.
The door opens and Kessler comes in. He closes the door gently behind him, looks at you and says, "We need to talk."
Yeah. Just give me 1 second. She's resting on her forearms, and her back legs are kind of fully over, almost near her head, forming like a C. She kind of just puts her feet back on the ground, flips herself.
Okay.
You okay?
I'm okay. At least for just now. I'm worried about you.
I am okay at this particular moment in time.
It's no secret that I look to you like a form of older sister or mother figure. That's never been a secret. At least I don't believe it has ever been a secret between us.
I don't think it has, no.
Then I need you to understand that what I'm going to say right now, I say it not as your adopted kin, but I say it as someone who travels with you, and I say it as your friend. I do not trust the deal with this devil. I do not trust that he has any of our best intentions at heart.
Then we will be exceedingly cautious, but we've already signed it.
I understand that. I just needed it to be known that if anything goes wrong in there, I believe that we cannot rely on his help. So when we're taking into consideration actions that we are going to take, we should not count him.
I didn't know we were counting him to kind of aid us in the first place. I felt this was like we do it for him. He can't be involved because of whatever legality. They're very different from they.
Zotali has made a deal with him, and Zotali is now tied intricately to his realm. It would be foolish not to at least humour the possibility that he will have eyes and ears and very potentially a puppet in our midst. I don't want to think the worst of Zotali, and I do not think the worst of him. But I do think that he is a gap in the defences right now. He could be at any point taken over, used as a vessel. For all we know, that may not be Zotali.
I can agree with that. It wouldn't be the first time we've had subterfuge in our midst.
I care very deeply for everybody in this party. And I know that we have had our worries about Elion. But Elion has always been Elion. He has always looked like Elion. He has always acted like Elion. Zotali has looked like 3 different people since we met him. And
Yeah,
one of those people was the child of, at the moment,
enemy?
one of our largest threats. I just had to bring it to someone, and I didn't think I would be able to bring it to Arya.
No, Arya is attached.
Besotted.
That's a much better word.
In this context, I don't think it is better. It's just more accurate.
We will keep an eye on Zor.
Okay.
Alright? As I think if we keep an eye on things, we may find out yet more of the context of their deal. But I also don't know if Zotali will be with us all the time.
Well, if
He
he isn't...
may find a place yet to settle himself. Figure himself out.
Oh, it's neglect. That poor bairn. Not even a pound going to rub together. That's cool.
Just a moment, guys. Wifey things right now. Give me a wee moment. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Tell your wife she's super cool.
And pretty!
Liz says you're super cool, and Khadija says you're super pretty.
I'm not literally at this second. But my man Kakashi sure loves me.
Yep, definitely does.
Wait.
Night. Sorry, Liz, could you remind me about what you said just before we had to go and do that?
Reverie said, he may yet still find a place to settle, figure himself out.
He very well could. But I'm just not comfortable enough to take the risk without some kind of insurance. I just wanted to voice it to someone.
Well, I believe the important thing right in this moment is we honor the deals we've made. We keep an eye on Zotali. And if we move forward, we are cautious until we know for certain. On the flip side, we don't know if it could be entirely bad. We don't know the contents of that deal. That could be with more the Twilight Lord than us.
That I will begrudgingly accept as correct. I will go and prepare for for tonight.
Yes. Here. And Reverie is gonna, like, take his hands, and she is going to cast, oh, I have the spell. Death Ward on him.
All right, Death Ward.
And just kind of squeeze his hands and stay safe. I am going to be schmoozing, apparently.
You be safe.
I will probably not be. I'll be with chronic foot and mouth, so. But, what a great distraction.
He will chuckle at that before stepping outside of the room, closing the door gently behind him. At that point, from the corner of the room, you will hear, my, he's a suspicious one, isn't he?
I think it comes with such a high intent, yes.
However, will I recover from the distrust of a book-shy teenager? It's lovely to see you, darling.
It's good to see you.
Now, about the little rendezvous tonight. You remember what you're there for?
Yes, we have a plan.
We do.
And I have a backup plan.
A backup plan. Backups
And contingencies, yes.
You took the word right out of my mouth there, Reverie. See, that's why I like you. Our brains, they sync up. Our thought patterns fall in line with each other. Our wavelengths are equal. I would say our hearts beat as one, but well, I don't quite have one. But if I did, I'm sure it would beat at the same tempo as yours. Now, I have gained some tidbits of information. Some dabblings that I've heard the Bloodthorns are taking part in. I wonder if you'd like to know.
If you think you can assist in the recovery of the contract.
Not only do I think it would assist, I think it would be a boon. An exemplary advantage. Not only do I think that, I think you'll like it.
And what do you want in return?
Let's put a pin in that, and we can come to negotiations over that later. Perhaps over dinner.
Perhaps. Or a dance.
My, Reverie, are you trying to use your womanly wiles to make me lower my guard?
Never, but I could imagine you would be an excellent dancer.
Oh, such a shame. I was so looking forward to womanly wiles being used, and I am an excellent dancer. We have a deal. Dinner and a dance. And then negotiations and business.
Then I will see you for dinner.
Then I shall see you. And as he says see you, his body erupts into embers as he bows and then looks up. And for a brief moment, you see the infernal face of his true devilish form. Before he disappears into smoke. And he says, at dinner. And
Right before he disappears, I wink. I gotta use some womanly wile, right?
Womanly wiles.
Every time Reverie and Asmodaddy are on screen together, I'm just thoroughly entertained.
Listen, the power couple of a devil and a fairy is crazy.
I'm like, listen, it's Asmodeus. But also, you're not wrong.
Okay.
One bound by word of mouth, one bound by contract. Oh my god, so good.
Oh my god, if they got married, there would never be a divorce. They would be stuck with each other.
Regardless of love or hate.
No matter what the fuck happens, there's just no... Like, the lawyers would just be like... So we agreed to this, yes, in the written contract, but there's also a verbal contract. Oh, for fuck's sake.
I feel like the closest that would come to be able to, like, finding a finagled way out of that would be Sheila, because it's Sheila. But even she would be, like, brain teased by this.
The wedding vows?
The wedding night.
Subsection 21D.
D for, I'm not gonna say.
I swear that from this moment forth, not include extra dimensional time and space. Oh my god, I need to try and write rules for interdimensional fiendish and fey wedding vows now, fuck.
I mean, it's gotta be easier than Fiend and, like, Celestial. That would be a trip.
Not
Six
really.
messengers roll out
Really?
6 scrolls.
Not really. There's nothing that says
Even
that
though
Celestials and Fiends can't wed. Celestials aren't bound.
I was thinking
by...
more in, like, the legality minutiae.
No, Celestials don't have anything that says they are bound by anything. This is why. So this is the perfect example as to why. What's the word I'm thinking of? Alignment. This is why, like, alignment doesn't really make sense in a lot of D&D, because angels are deemed as being lawful good, devils are deemed as being lawful evil. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But when a devil tells you something, at least they're honest. They will be honest about what will happen, because they have to be. It's in the contract. An angel doesn't have to be. All that's specifically stated is they have to be lawful good. Now, lawful doesn't mean it's going to be good for you.
Yeah.
Lawful just means they follow their code of laws very specifically. Good means that it usually aligns with what is best for the majority of people. But what if you're one of those people that's not in the majority?
Yep.
You could.
I was thinking more in the
slaughtered.
interdimensional aspect.
As far as I've seen, nothing says they can. If you're a better D&D historian than I am, then please let us know if there's anything that says that Celestials and devilish fiends can't be together. We know demonic fiends and Celestials can't be together because demons are just fucking cracked.
Mm.
But anyway, getting back to it, we're now going to jump to Arya. Arya, where are you at this moment in time?
I think me and Zatali would have probably tried to go to I would probably like try to find like some kind of a clearing for us, like not as much close to like the main shopping and like home areas, because like if we're testing his powers out to see what he's got before we have to go sneaky, and we at least know he can do fire stuff, then being around a bunch of people while we're doing that probably isn't the safest thing. So, probably would have tried to take us to like a nice clearing with some open space, and probably would be rubbing at my eyes because they're itchy from when I was crying about my brother. And yeah, just trying to come up with like clever ways of like testing his powers and seeing what he's able to do, kind of like tap into stuff. Yeah, just. But Arya is noticeably not as cheerful as she normally is. I will state that at least.
As you arrive at the clearing, Zotali is going to kind of look you over. Think very carefully for a moment, and then, Arya, are you okay?
I'm stubbornly hopeful, but if I'm being honest, probably not.
Is there anything that I can do to help with that?
Unless you know a sending spell powerful enough to reach someone who apparently can't be reached by normal sendings, or I'm trying to remember this. I got something from one of your dad's cards box that lets someone find someone within a year wherever they are, or a thing wherever they are, but I don't know how to activate it, so I can try and find my brother, see if maybe he's at least is safe or at least alive still, so I can contact someone in Winter to make sure that he gets. Otherwise, the only thing I can think of is maybe a hug, but I'm not gonna. We should have just probably test out your powers. So, sorry, I don't mean to.
It's fine.
This isn't about.
You can talk to me about anything, and if you need anything, and I can do it, all you have to do is ask. He turns and looks out at the clearing and is like, I have no idea where to begin.
Well, I've got a couple ideas. So, from what we've seen so far, your powers relate to fire, right? Infernal things like that.
I think
so. Maybe you can.
Yes.
When you were trying to summon the fire from your fingertip at breakfast, how did you feel? What were you thinking? What were you tapping into at the time?
Before, when I wanted to cast a spell, I just felt it. I reached into my core, and you can see him kind of like look like as if he's kind of trying to think the way he used to, and then throwing his hand out, and nothing happens. It's like a slight spark, but nothing happens. And I can't figure it out.
Maybe you're overthinking it. Or you need to tap into a new thing. Maybe it's not in your core, but in your head or in your heart. For me, when I use my magic, my specific style and school of bardic magic, I think of creation, that eternal song of the world that people tap into with magic, that fuels imagination and gives life and connects people. And then when I want to make something, I can make it move, I can put words to power, I can create sound waves, but I don't try to limit my thoughts of what I can do or feel. I just let myself want it and believe I can have it, and then I let myself. Maybe wondering if you can do it is sort of putting a stop on it. Maybe you just have to feel like you can and believe that you can enough, and then just let yourself have it.
Looks at his hand, long and hard. This now deep red hand with thick black curved claws, and he looks at it and looks at it, and you see gradually his face start to change a little bit. Not like the features, the expression. His brow furrows, his jaw clenches, and then he grits his teeth and turns and throws his hand out. And he's going to cast Burning Hands as this wave of flame fires out. But the flames is they're dense red. Where normal flame is kind of like it's dancing orange with touches of red and yellow here, these are red with touches of a deep burnt orange and almost a black to them. And he pulls his hand back, looking at the patch of whatever vegetation was there, and a solid 15-foot cone is gone. Well, that worked.
How did you feel? You got sort of faced when you were doing it.
It was what you said about feeling. And I thought to myself, perhaps it works on emotions, and I started to think happy thoughts. And then it wasn't working, and I got angry. And then it worked.
Some of my powers tap into my emotions as well, or let me sense others. When I get into my Asimov form especially, I don't know if this is necessarily how it works for everyone, but the times that I have tapped into it, I usually tapped into my more negative emotions too. It sort of overwhelms me and everyone around me. I think it's okay to tap into the negative emotions sometimes too. All feelings are valid as long as you control them. They don't control you, because then the things around you burn up as well. Even things you don't want to. Maybe if you need to tap into that anger, you get angry for the sake of someone, not angry at someone or something. That's what I've been trying to do when I tap into my negative emotions for my powers. It kind of helps.
What if this becomes all I am? What if I just become reliant upon being angry?
See, that's you limiting yourself again. You are, just like all of us, a complex being filled with different kinds of emotions. You just said you felt happiness before, right? And
happiness didn't work.
For that specific power, but happiness can be channeled for other things, not just for magic. It can be channeled into positive action. It can be used to encourage someone. What you just did for me, offering to, comfort, assistance when I was feeling sad. That reassurance, even though part of me is still sad and muddled up about my brother, that emotion, that positive emotion channeled towards me, did help me feel a little better. That's a power all its own. So that is proof that you're not just your anger. You just are more used to your anger. But that doesn't have to be all you are.
I think I understand it. He'll turn back and he'll put his hands out again and again. He'll close his eyes and he'll centre himself. And then he's going to jab his hand forward. And as he does that, this line of crimson fire comes circling his arm and lashes out like a whip and sends a searing long line of burning energy right into the ground before receding back round his arm. He's going to turn and look at you with a very weighted but forced smile. Thank you. I think I've got a basis for how this works now.
Glad I can help. And you know, for all we know, the powers could end up shifting with your emotions as you get more used to them, or you find other kinds that don't just tap into anger. You never know. There's also magic items or weapons that you could always get that, if you don't want to rely on those powers all the time, you could use. There's options. You just gotta not limit yourself. I think you have to just be one thing.
I think I'm starting to understand that.
It takes time, especially when you've grown up in an environment where you're taught you have to be one thing only, and you never even believe you can be more than that. Quite frankly, I never would have if some traveling storytellers and musicians hadn't happened to come into my life and show me more. Otherwise, I'd probably be back home slowly dying inside. If I'm still around. And look where I am now. Infinite possibility.
Infinite possibility. Thank you for your help. I really do appreciate it, and thank you for not reacting bad about my change.
I know better than a lot of people how important change can sometimes be. It's not always positive, but we can find positive in it. But I also know how hard it can be when your whole entire world and self changes. I had to figure out a lot of stuff on my own. I don't want you to have to do that.
He's going to approach you, and he's a good bit taller now, and he kind of like shifts a little bit as he brings his wings in to kind of have them go over the spines that he now has on his shoulder blades and kind of cover them before he kind of tries to position it so he's not like going to hurt you because of the now very spiny body he has. And then when he kind of gets into a place, he kind of goes to give you a hug.
I hug him back, kind of tight, because I honestly really needed a hug.
And he'll say, I might not know what I'm able to do right now, but I know I can give you a hug if you need one.
Careful, I might just overindulge in that. I think I might be a little... I don't know if there's a right term for it, but when you're hungry, but for connection or touch. I only realized that recently.
If there is a word for that, I don't know it. But if it comes up again, then, well, I'm here.
Thank you. That's kind of you, Sultani. And for the record, that goes both ways. I'm always hoping for hugs. Frankly, I didn't get them enough growing up.
Is there anything else that you would like to do there, Arya?
I might try and ask him if he would know how to activate things from the card, because if I do remember getting the map card from the deck of many things, but if he doesn't know how to, but Arya wouldn't necessarily know how to activate it.
So it's just when you want to use it.
Oh, okay. So I just think about it and I use it?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Then Arya will probably... She's tempted to do that now to figure out where Sauron is, but she also knows that they've got stuff they've got to do today, so she'll probably save that for the next day when they don't have to, like, do sneaky.
It's the map card that she has, yeah?
Yeah, I took notes on it. Yeah, the map card.
I have the book here.
Oh, great. Unless it's like a quick thing that... Because then I would probably just do it now.
We can double check it just now.
Alrighty. And then the only other thing was picking up her brooch.
Deck of many more things. Map. At any time you choose within 1 year of drawing this card, you can mentally name or describe an object or individual that's familiar to you. You immediately know the location of the object or individual, as well as the distance between you and the object or individual, even if the object or individual is on a different plane of existence. If you named an individual, you know if they are alive and any conditions they have. If you named an object, you know if it is broken or not. If you named a magic item that has charges, you know how many charges are remaining.
So if I just name Sauron Dawnstar, then I can find out his location and condition?
Yep, you certainly could.
Then Arya's going to give that a try. And hope that to the greater hand that it works. Just pray to the greater hand that please let this magic card work.
So you hold up that card. You look at it, that swirling golden dust on the front of this card, moving like a moving image. And then you say the word Sauron Dawnstar. And the map crumbles into gold dust. And in your mind you gain a picture clear image of where he is, as if you're looking at a map in the far north of winter. There is a very, very narrow canyon. Walking along it at a certain time of day, just before the sun sets, for roughly 30 minutes, there will be a path that is not flooded that you'll be able to walk across. If you walk across that, you will get to a small island. And when I say small, I mean small. You could walk the entire circumference of this island in 15 minutes. On this island, there is the remains of a ruin. Sauron is deep inside this ruin. He is alive, and he does not have any conditions on him at this moment in time. The map card is now back inside the deck box.
Ari just lets out a relieved and happy tears laugh. Oh, he's alive. He's alive. He's stuck on a tiny island that you can only get it to at a certain time from its hidden path, but he's alive. I gotta go cast Ascending. Such a bitch, but she would have the resources to do it. I'm gonna cast Ascending to the Archmage of Winter.
Okay. You cast Ascending to her. What does your sending say?
Archmage, this is Arya. My brother Sauron is alive in far north Narrow Canyon. Walk just before sunset. 30 minutes, non-flooded path, tiny island, ruins.
The sending comes back. I know of these ruins. I will send my best to investigate. I will inform you of any changes.
Whew. One less brother I'll lose. So Tommy, out of curiosity, did you ever have siblings?
No, not insofar as I know. Father didn't believe in having more than one progeny.
That's one area that he differs from my father. He had many. I was the fifth and youngest, only daughter. So of course I was expected to be married off someday. Not that I could ever be the perfect proper lady, but I was never sat, unfortunately, close with any of my brothers for a number of reasons. So most of the time it felt like growing up I didn't have siblings. Didn't really have anyone except my aunt. But I still love all of them, even the one who tried to kill me and set me on fire. Family can be complicated, but I'm happy that the one brother I have something of a positive relationship with is still alive. Even if we barely talk.
I'm happy for you in that regard as well. I'm glad that you have somebody that you can rely on.
Rely on is debatable, but
I have something I need to see to.
yeah, you can tell me anything.
No, I have something I have to go and do before we
go
to this thing tonight.
Oh, misheard you, sorry. Yeah, I should probably go see if I can pick up my brooch now too. But we'll see you later.
Yes. I'll see you later.
You be safe.
Arya.
See you,
And then-
Sotali. Be safe.
He'll turn and he'll leave. Is there anything you'd like to roleplay when picking up the brooch, or are you just picking it up?
I'm gonna role play a little bit because this person seems so nice and sincere, and then and I know that's a thing that's Arya's learning. Most that's not always the case. People can be too timey, but I think part of Arya that's just a little bit petty, that's coming along with her growing meager confidence, wants to at least gauge if this woman at all might feel guilty just a little bit.
Okay.
I'm gonna go in there being extra Arya, sincere, nice, and kind, and just being sweet and just hello. And on the way, I'm gonna see if I can stop at a pastry stand and bring her a little snack because that's a nice thing to do. And also, Charlie, she's hungry. The pastry is working all day on this mission, so.
So, pastries in hand, you arrive at the Lilygold jewellery and accessories shop. And as you step in, there's Eloise.
Eloise.
She gives you a smile and she says, hello, the brooch, yes?
Yes, I'm here to pick it up, and I also brought you a little snack because I figured you probably worked so hard on the commission and you were so kind to me before. You probably might have missed lunch or something like that, so.
Thank you so much. I do appreciate it, but unfortunately I'm allergic to certain foods, so I'm very careful about what I eat.
Oh, I should have thought of that. I'm genuinely sorry. One of my family members also has food allergies. I should have thought.
It's not your fault at all. It runs in the family. Very rarely do we eat outside of our own homes.
Really? Well, that must make things difficult if you travel.
It can be quite difficult sometimes, but often we plan ahead, bring our own prepared food and such.
Oh, clever. Well, that must make you fantastic cooks. I mean, you probably had loads of practice.
My brother is an excellent cook. As is my husband, but in two very different ways.
Oh, I can't cook to save my life. I got a little bit better about it on the road, but nah. But I'm excited to see the brooch.
Hands you a little box. Here's your brooch.
Thank you. I really appreciate this. And I remember when I was asking around, I wanted someone who not only does quality work, but also loves the artistry that they do. From one artist to another. This means a lot to me, getting to share something like this. If you'd like, I'd love to share some of my... well, first of all, payment. And secondly, I'd love to share some of my art with you, if you'd be so amicable. Especially since I know Springfolk love music too.
I'm not so fond of music, unfortunately.
Really?
I deal with it at certain events, but I was born with a condition of incredibly sensitive ears. So loud noises, jarring noises can be quite painful.
Can I insight check generally about her? Because
what do you mean?
For one
can you
thing,
insight generally?
I like any kind of body language or little hints of some kind of look upon her that's because in Arya's mind, the last time she heard someone talk about ear sensitivity when she offered to play music, it was the Yuan-Ti. And this is someone who's from Spring. If someone just doesn't, and that plus the whole a Spring person who doesn't like music when it's so inherent to their culture and their history, both those things sound real stuff.
Well, okay, so yeah, I see where you're going with that, but you are a summer Eladrin. And there's not really much a summer about you, is there?
That, you know what, that's fair. That's fair. But the Yuan-Ti thing definitely...
No, that's very fair. So that could fall into one of two things. You could make an insight check, which would be reading body language to see if there's any deception. Or you could use investigation. And investigation is what you would use if you wanted to see through illusion magic.
Okay,
those are really
let me go to my
checks.
Skills.
Those are the two checks that would fall into line here.
Okay, Insight is 7 plus 7, which is way better than my investigation, so I'm gonna go with that.
Okay.
I'll go with sparkles. Bismillah. Okay, that's a 15 plus 7, so 15, 16,
So that's a total of 22.
22.
On a 22, with the insight, sorry, give me just a little moment. I've just realised we've had some messages in the chat and I haven't answered them, so I'm just going to do that. With a 22,
And I think I have a DM's inspiration too, so this feels important. Just because that sticks out so much to me.
So you have a D10 that you can add on to any roll.
Yeah. This feels too similar to when she had a similar conversation with the Yuan-Ti.
Okay.
There you go. That is a 6.
So that would be a total of 28.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. So, with that being a 28, you don't get a hint of any deception here. When she talks about how she is allergic to certain things and she can't eat certain things, she's being honest. When she says that she was born with a condition, which means that she has very, very sensitive ears, she's being honest.
Alrighty. Just trying to see. Someone else can usually can tell when a spell has been cast, right?
So it depends on the wording of the spell. Most of the time, yes. If it has particular, so it will say in the wording of it, it'll be like, on a failed saving throw, the spell will happen, blah blah blah. On a successful saving throw, sometimes if there's a point where they won't be susceptible to it, it will specifically say if they would detect it or not. For the majority of cases, yes. What spell is it you're thinking of?
Well, before I had thought to do the insight check, I was going to try to cast Touch Motion, but if I know she's being completely honest, that's not going to do much good. But if I cast Detect Evil and Good, and it pings that she's Fae, then maybe my suspicions are correct. But if it pings that she's not Fae, even if it can't tell me what she is, then I'll know she's not Fae, and that's going to be a little suspicious to me.
From what I understand of it, Detect Evil and Good, from what I understand, and I may be incorrect here, so I'm just going to go and double check it. It's been a while. I don't think it tells you what they are, just if they fall into this category, they will.
Yeah, but I know Yuan-Ti aren't Fae.
Yuan-Ti definitely are not Fae.
Exactly. So if it pops up that she's not Fae, that's going to be a little suspicious. If she is, then
for the duration,
my misunderstanding.
For the duration, you know if there is an aberration, celestial, elemental, Fae, fiend, or undead within 30 feet of you, as well as where the creature is located. Similarly, you know if there is a place or object within 30 feet of you that has been magically consecrated or desecrated. The spell can penetrate most barriers, but is blocked by 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or dirt. Okay, cool. So that, I don't think they would detect that.
In that case, I'm going to cast Detect Evil and Good, as I'm basically thinking, oh, well, I'm so sorry to hear that. Like, music is such a very, it's my greatest joy, so I'm sorry I can't share with you, but if there's ever a way I can, repay you for your kindness, aside from just from one house to another, I really appreciate. Just, being incredibly, just fawning, just charming Arya while I cast this spell to see what the heck is up with this lady. Or even if she feels a little bit guilty for taking my lead.
as you cast a spell, you cast Detect Evil and Good. Yep. There's definitely a ping. There's a ping for her, and there's also 6 pings underneath you.
Oh, okay.
Roughly about 20 feet beneath you.
20 feet. Okay. 6 pings. 20 feet beneath me. Let me write that down. And tells me what the nature of the things are, right?
Nope, it doesn't. It just tells you if they're on the list.
If they're...
So, as far as you're aware, you could just be detecting Eladrin. Because they're fake.
Okay, so it doesn't tell me... Okay, I thought it... I could have sworn that, like...
Nope.
It specified...
I'll read you the exact wording again. For the duration, you know if there is an aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, or undead within 30 feet of you, as well as where the creature is located. All it tells you is where they're located.
Okay, and what spell am I thinking of? Okay, what spell am I thinking of? Because I know there is one, because I've seen Elion use it before to, like, ping.
So, again, Elion's one doesn't tell you that. It's just a narrower net. Elion, as most paladins, has a divine sense, which allows you to ping if there are fey, fiend, or undead nearby.
That's what I was thinking. Not detecting a good divine sense.
While the paladin one also does not tell you what they are, it is a much narrower field of detection. So if you guys were partnered up looking for an aberration, and he popped his and went, nah, there's nothing here, and then you popped it and something pinged up, you would at least be able to go, well, if you didn't detect it, it's not a fey, fiend, or an undead, which means it must be one of the other ones.
Yeah, because I remember him pinging a celestial one specifically.
But in this particular sense, it doesn't. I had a feeling that's what you were going for, and I was like, oh, this is really going to sting them when they do it.
Dang it! I thought...
There are certain subclasses that get the abilities to do that, like Grave Domain Clerics can specifically detect undead.
Yeah, and I am not that of a peace domain.
Yep.
Ow! Dang it! Okay, well, fair enough. Did my best. But hey, it shows she's learning. She's learning to be a little more skeptical.
It certainly does.
And that's growth.
It shows growth. And that's on character growth, people.
Mm-hmm.
She'll give you a kind of look, kind of blink twice, and then, is there anything else that I can do for you?
Just wanted to show my appreciation and thank you and pay you for your services, and yeah, hope you have a nice day.
You too. I understand that you are privy to the royal family's doings. I understand that they have decided to send delegates in their place to my brother's estate tonight. Do you know who it is that will be attending?
I haven't got a head for politics, so I can't really say for sure. I'm sorry.
That's absolutely fine. I totally understand.
Yeah, I'm just the musician of the party.
Well, thank you very much for your time, and thank you again for using our services.
Of course, this genuinely means a lot to me. Having a symbol of something that's come to bring me a lot of comfort, so I truly appreciate it.
As for the price of it, as was declared when it was being made, that's going to be 60 gold pieces for the...
Okie dokie, easy breezy.
Is there anything else for you there, Arya?
Nah. She might go play music, but that can be like an off-screen thing. That's not our feed.
Then it's just the time waiting until night falls and you guys are to attend the Bloodthorne Family Manor's ball. Now, the manor is, much like a lot of the other spring homes and such, it is grown rather than it's grown rather than what's the word I'm looking for here?
Built?
Yes, rather than built. But this is built from a really, really stout blackthorn tree. And it is a resplendent home. As night has fallen, the entire pathway is lit up by dancing glyphs on the wooden walkway towards the house. So just to clarify and be sure of who's all here in attendance, we have Reverie, Kesselis, Arya, Zotali, and Elion. Am I missing anyone?
Harahal.
Harahal. I knew there was somebody in my head and I was like, I just can't picture it. Harahal. Fantastic. I will get those brought up just now. Okay. Sorry, I've got a new laptop and I'm just trying to get used to the workings of it. I got a new laptop! Way! That old silver piece of crap is long gone. Did I save you? I have saved you. Awesome, so I can jump to this one. Okie dokie. As you all arrive here, you're in your, all dressed up to your nines in your outfits. A spring Eladrin will greet you guys at the edge of the garden path. Welcome to the Bloodthorne Manor. May I inquire as to your invitations for tonight's event?
We do have them, no?
So you guys have the invitation that was sent for King Kernan and Sheila. Because you have been sent. They have signed on the invitation basically saying we can't attend, but we are sending our retinue and entourage in our place.
Mm-hmm. I will hand that over.
Take it, give it a look of disdain at the symbol, of the new royal family.
Something the matter?
Just new. Please. He gestures up the path. Enjoy.
Shall we?
You make your way up the path.
Yep.
You are met, Elion, and whoever's next to you. You're all kind of in the same kind of little grouping, but whoever's at the front, as Elion, you were the one that gave the invitation. I'm going to put you at the front. You are met by none other than the man who made your clothes. Ellengon Bloodthorne, at your service, good sir. And I must say, your clothes are dashing.
Well, they were made by dashing hands.
You are a dangerous one, my good sir.
They tell me that a lot.
Come in. You are welcome in my home.
Wonderful.
May I offer you refreshment? Wine?
2, if I can.
A man of quality, I do enjoy that. And he will turn to the one of the standing attendants who has a tray of red wine, full-bodied. You can see the legs of it trailing down the glass. And he will say, this here is a spring wine, very, very plummy, fruity, but for a finer palate, I do have some bottles from summer vineyards, if that is to your preference.
Well, we can get onto one after the other, no?
I do enjoy the idea of a shared bottle at a later point. So he takes a glass, hands it you, and takes a glass and hands it to each of the rest of the party, and says, "You're all welcome in my home. All areas are to be explored at your leisure. However, I must ask you to remain out of the wine cellar. It is perfectly temperature controlled, and I would hate to have to serve my guests vinegar at any point tonight." At your leisure, and I hope to be able to snag a moment of conversation with each of you at some point tonight.
Certainly doable.
Gives a small bow, and he leaves. You guys are now inside the Bloodthorne Manor, and that is where we will pause to take our 15-minute break. Do not go anywhere, folks. We will see you all after our 15-minute break. Hello everybody, welcome back to part 2 of session 96 of The Forming. When we left off, the party had just entered Bloodthorne Manor. And we're preparing to investigate and perhaps partake in some of the festivities. For now, you guys are standing in the atrium. You guys have seen the royal palace that has been grown for Kernan and Sheila. This place is equally as grand, but doubly as ostentatious. Not only is there the architecture of spring, those staircases that have been grown out of the ground and walls, but you can definitely see elements of summer's opulence here. The banister comes down to postmarks of what appear to be almost raw wood, but they are topped with golden acorns. Above is a chandelier, evidently made of metal as well as wood, and the chandelier is draped in golden chains from which hang rubies shaped like the symbol of the Bloodthorne family, a drop of blood. The people moving around here are all spring Eladrin of varying types of nobility, but mostly the higher noble families. These two grand staircases take you up to the upper floor, where it's like a mezzanine wraparound floor. On the current floor you're on, which we will call, for the sake of our American friends, we will call the first floor. I know, Harry, that's going to get dead confusing. But when I say first floor, I mean ground floor. Okay? Cool. On the first floor where you are, to your left, there is a large, kind of like, greeting room. A place where you would stand and have your conversations around a standing table where you, yes, and then I invested my millions and to your right, there is what appears to be a ballroom, where there does sound like there is music. However, it doesn't sound like it's exactly spring-aligned music. It seems oddly formal. Still has elements of spring's music, i.e. the instruments, but there is a formality to it. Very crisp. Very summer. That is what you guys can see from here. What would you like to do?
Is there any people around besides our party right now? Because I know half of us are splitting off, trying to go sneaky. The others are... and Ari would have it in mind to, sooner rather than later, activate her winged boots and use her ring of invisibility. But she doesn't want to do that if other partygoers are going to see her do that, because that kind of might tip off. If that makes any sense?
No, it does make sense. So in that case, yes, there are several partygoers who can actively see you right now.
Okay, so save that.
We know you guys need to get downstairs, right? Can we
I believe
see
that's
where
where-
the entrance, any doors or anything that could hint at going down instead of up? Any staircases that go down, or are they all just closed doors?
Well, you can't see any just now, but you would know he did mention there was a wine cellar.
Mm-hmm.
Chances are, if you found like a kitchen area, something like that, you would probably find the entrance to a wine cellar. Or, as with quite a few of these houses, there may be an entrance to a cellar outside. You can't really tell much more than that, Could be one or two. Could be somewhere completely different.
Arya used to go down into her family's like estate's wine cellar to sneakily practice music. Could I make maybe like a history check to kind of like gauge an idea of like how I would be able to tell in a opulent place like this where more likely a wine cellar would be accessed?
Usually I would say no. But in this particular instance, I will say yes, but I will say at disadvantage. While it is not entirely summer, there is influences of summer here which are very evident. So make me a history check.
Okie doke. Now I'm wishing I hadn't used that beat of inspiration, but you know what? We make choices. Okay, at disadvantage, that was a 13 plus history is plus 8. So 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21.
13 plus 8. So in that case, that is a total of 21. With a 21, you would know that there is a possibility, slight possibility, but a possibility nonetheless, that some of the higher noble families would have an entrance to the cellar in the study of the house, particularly in summer, where it would be more of like a nobility thing of like, you must come to my study so I can show you this beautiful bottle of wine. Would usually be attached to it, so there could also be an entrance to the cellar in the study.
I will relay this information to my fellow sneakers. So, quietly, obviously.
Also, just a quick scan. Is there anyone who's recognizable? Just as a curiosity thing.
Not from what you can. I mean, to a certain extent, yes. On top of Ellingar, the patriarch of the Bloodthorne family, you can spot his wife Cariena. Not Cariena. His wife Selena. You can spot his sister Eloise, who you know is married to somebody with the name Lilygild. And you can see a man standing next to her who you would assume is her husband. These are certainly faces you recognise. One, because you've met Ellingar himself. Number two, because Reverie and Arya and yourself, Elion, you all met his wife Selena. She's the one that measured you all and snapped your blood. And then you've met Eloise, or well, to be clear, one of you has met Eloise because you went to get jewellery made. Other than that, no. I don't think you've met any of the other nobility.
Fair. So, what's the plan? We're to mingle and save face while you look around?
That about sums it up, I think.
As far as I'm aware, that is certainly what's supposed to happen. Harahal is going to turn and look at you, Elion, though I do feel quite strongly about leaving you and Reverie up here alone.
Is that said loud enough that everyone can hear it?
It's said loud enough that this group can hear it, at least.
Yeah. I'm sure it'll be fine.
I'm not doubting your combat capabilities should it come to it. I'm worried about you killing each other.
No, I'm sure it'll be fine. Besides, you do garner a certain attention from suitors that would make our job of blending in rather difficult.
literally as he says that, you can see a group off to the corner of like eligible young spring Eladrin debutantes and debutees giggling and pointing at Harahal as he just like rolls his eyes. Like, it does become somewhat of a burden, I will be honest.
One thing of what I'm glad I never had to deal with.
I'm so happy for you.
Well, I've got bullied a lot too, so yeah, half and half.
That builds character, though.
I'm drama, but anyways.
And I mean this with all due respect. You are rather bullyable.
I think you should be more worried about Elliot's perpetual foot in his mouth.
Yeah, I was
I
the same
don't
thing,
think
but I
there's
didn't want to say it.
anything that can stop that perpetual foot and mouth disease.
I will have you know, I can talk very well if I would like to. Most
I'd
of the
imagine
time,
you have a
it's
lot of
just
practice when
too
you
much.
have your foot in your mouth so often, you'd learn how to talk through it.
Exactly. It's
Zota-
trial and error.
Zotali is going to lean in. Not that I don't enjoy the Luti repartee that's going back and forth here, but shouldn't we be doing something?
Yes. Let's go explore. I'm sure there's some very interesting places, like perhaps a library or a study with some very interesting books. I'd love to see if there's any sort of books on music history for spring.
Okay, so we're looking for a library. Okay.
Or a study. Those have books too, I believe.
A case at least will look around like, well, if anybody here is going to be able to sniff out books, I think that will be me.
I've no doubt.
I'm going to venture upstairs and have a wander there. Is anybody going to go with Kessler's?
Would a study be up on the upstairs, or would it
Could
be on the same floor?
anywhere. Could be anywhere.
Okay.
I'll go with Kessel's.
Okay. So Reverie and Kessler's. Am I to assume it'll be Arya, Zotali, and Elion and Harahal?
Yes.
Wait, hang on. I thought that Elion and Reverie were supposed to be like the ones.
Yeah, but
She
you
can
aren't,
explore.
you aren't going sneaky yet. You're just wandering around.
Oh, okay. Just
You're
I
looking.
just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, you're looking for the place to sneaky, and the
Okay,
opportunity to sneaky.
I
unnoticed.
wasn't sure. I just wanted to check and double check. So yes.
Okay. So, in that case, I want to go to Elion and Harahal. Where are you guys going?
Center of the dance floor.
The dance floor, fantastic. So you both, very, very eligible and very, very handsome looking summer Eladrin, wander towards the dance floor. Within seconds of stepping on it, somebody has approached Harahal and inquired about a dance. And Harahal's going to go, I would entirely love to, but you see, I am here with my I'm
Date.
Here with my date. And that is what we are. And takes your hand. This is we are love. Very.
My darling, you are
much.
making this very awkward for the young gentleman.
I-
It's the first time that we're going out in
it's a
public
woman.
together.
So it's a woman. But yeah, cool.
It's the first time we're in public together, and he's a bit nervous. Would you mind some space, please?
Of course, I do apologise. She walks away, and you see her go and speak to like the rest of her gathered fan, and they all look slightly disheartened at such a thing. And as they all kind of turn their head away, Harahal's going to like throw your hand down and be like, "Some warning would have been nice."
You're adaptable. You're a soldier. Deal with it.
Adaptable, yes. Adaptable in that manner, well, I mean in the nicest of ways. You're not entirely my type.
It's not my fault you have a magic groin. I have to speak quickly.
I think I am going to go and get a drink, darling. And he turns and walks towards the bar. At which point, from behind you, a voice is going to appear and go. A voice is going to sound. It's a familiar voice. It's Selena Bloodthorne. You can tell from the speaking. She's going to say, "That was quite the show you put on there."
He's still breaking him in.
You did well to protect him from that gaggle of girls there. Several of them have been trying to hook high society husbands, especially in other courts.
He's very picky, but doesn't have the courage to say so.
It's a shame that our future rulers could not join us this evening.
Well,
I do
they
hope
are.
that nothing is wrong.
As do I. But they sent us instead as they are indisposed. It's an awful big task, running a country that seems to be squabbling amongst itself.
Am I to assume this is where the polite small talk ends and the blunt and forthright honesty comes forth?
That is entirely up to you, my dear. I'm perfectly happy with either.
Several of us believe that were there to be rulers of a new founding nation, they should be from those who are used to leading, not from those who are used to following. And as has been proven time and time again, your friend is very used to following.
But tell me, I'm not great with book smart, so correct me if I get this incorrect. How did the last few natural-born leaders fare in the role?
Coups and cowardly assassinations, that is true. Do you believe your friend to be immune to such things?
I was taught very young that no one is immune to such things, but, well, I kind of look around at the decor. If you can't organise a nice ball, you're certainly not going to do much damage, are you? It's rather shabby.
I will have to bring you on as a decorator for the next one I throw in.
I like the idea of some extra scattering splashes of red.
Splashes of red are something I think are very doable. Enjoy yourself.
Oh, I will.
And she walks off to join her husband, who, as you walk over, is looking at you. Give me an insight check.
10.
10. As she walks over, he was already looking at you, and he seems to, as you kind of look over and see her walking towards him, he just kind of raises his glass to you, then turns and goes into a conversation with her.
I'll very pointedly blow her a kiss as he stares, and then we'll find her a hell.
He laughs. A very kind of like... and then sips his wine.
Right.
Arya and Zoltali, where are you guys going?
Arya would try probably looking for probably more like on the main floor still, since Kesley and Reverie went upstairs. Either on the main floor or like maybe down lower to see where there would probably on like a main floor there would probably be a study. She's trying to like think back to like how her manor was kind of set up. So maybe if there's only like influences of Summer, but it's still something she can go off of where a study would be.
So make me, as you're looking for something specific, that is going to be an investigation check. I will allow you to. You get to make the choice here. You can either make it with advantage as Zotali helps you, or I can have Zotali roll his own investigation check.
My investigation's not great. I guess the help action, if that gives advantage, right?
So the health act.
Because you said if he helps, right?
The help action would give you advantage on the check that you make, yes. So if you chose to have him help you, you would have advantage on your investigation check. Or you could have him make his own investigation check. However, you do not know what his investigation modifier is.
Right. I'll go with the helping one.
Okay, so you get to roll with advantage.
Okay, with advantage, that is a 16 plus 2, so 18?
16 plus 2 and 18. On an 18, as you make your way through this greeting room and a bunch of people give, Zotali a few weird looks. It's not often you see somebody that... So he does have an illusion kind of crafted over him, which he's able to do, but it still is showing him as being much taller than your average Eladrin. He's still verging on the, you're looking at the 6.5 foot tall.
Oh, he's way taller than Arya. She's like barely 5'4".
Not to mention the fact that his horns, I can't really hide them, but his horns don't look like Eladrin horns. They are, I don't know if you're familiar with the comic book character Hellboy.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So when his horns are fully grown, they go out and they curve right back and then forward. So that's what his horns look like. So he definitely does not have Eladrin type horns. And he just generally has an air of something off about him. So he does get a lot of strange looks. But as you make your way through the greeting room and you come into a kind of area you would recognise, an area of what you would call within a house a transitional area. Going past here, you would know that to your right there's there's two long walls of a corridor. On the left, there is two doors. So on the left, small corridor. At the very end of it, one wee door into the left, one wee door into the right. Ahead of you, two walls going here. There is a door here and a door further up. And on the right hand side, a large set of double doors. You would know that from a setup like on the right hand side of the wall, what you've got there is a dining room. You can tell that from a mile off. As for the little left corridor here with the two doors, and then the two doors on the left wall in front of you, you're not sure what those rooms could be. They could be anything.
Do any of the doors look particularly fancy, like with like decorations and like engravings or anything like that? Something that would be impressive if
they're all engraved.
Okay.
This is like the floor that anybody who is a guest would see.
Okay.
All of your intricacies and stuff are going to be on this floor.
All right. Shall we try and go one by one? Just casually look.
Or we split up. We're not going to be far from each other, so shouldn't be too much of an issue.
Alrighty then.
Okay.
Oh.
So, just as a reminder, think of the corridor you've got in front of you here as a backwards capital L. Where you're standing here, little corridor to your left. Okay? A door on the wall you're currently standing at, and a door in front of it. Big corridor in front of you, set of double doors on the right, but you know from the setup that you can know for a certainty that's going to be a dining room.
All right.
Across from that is another wall. You have 2 doors there. So we'll call the 2 down this way 1 and 2, and we'll call the 2 in front of you on the left wall 3 and 4. Which
All right.
ones would you like to check? You'll check 2 and he'll check 2.
Okay. Well, I'll first let him know about like those 2 doors are probably for the dining area. I'll probably go with the ones that are closest to me, the other 2, and then he can check out the 3, like the 1 and 2. So 3 and 4, I imagine, is like closest to Arya.
So again, to reiterate, you have an L-shaped corridor, but a backwards-shaped L. You're at the base where the horizontal and vertical meet. To your
Okay,
left,
so-
the horizontal part of the L that we're taking into consideration here is the doors that are facing each other, 1 and 2. Ahead of
I'll
you
take
in the
those
corridor,
ones.
you'll take 1 and 2. Okay. So
Yep.
which one do you want to go into first, 1 or 2?
I'll go with 1.
Okay. You open up door number 1, and you find a powder room. A basin in front of you, a jug of water to the side, a light stone in the wall to keep it lit, and a mirror. Beautiful, beautiful mirror in front of you where you can see your own reflection.
Nothing in
Could
particular
you-
that stands out.
You can make an investigation check.
Sorry, I cut you off. Or it sounded like you were about
I was
to
just
ask
going to
me
say
something.
you can make an investigation check if you'd like to.
I will. I'll go with you. Well, okay, that's a 15 plus 2, so 17?
17, nothing juts out to you. Just looks like a powder room.
Always been bored by those. I'll close the door and try the next one.
Door number 2. As you open door number 2, you find a drawing room. Now, I don't mean a room that you draw and sketch in. A drawing
I know
room
what you mean.
Drawing room is where men would do business and such, you know. I'm not saying that's what Spring Eladrin use it for. They don't have a belief in the sense of like, oh, the men do business and the women do embroidery. No, they don't have that idea. But that is the kind of general sense of what this room is. It's a place where, whether it's between men, women, who knows what, this would be like where you would go and you would. Not that they smoke cigars in this world yet because they haven't been invented, but they would, you know, embellish in certain tobacco leaves and long pipes which are here, sip fine alcohols from extravagant parts of the world, and they would talk about business. This would be where that kind of stuff was done. There are some books here, but nothing to the extent of like, oh, spell books. These are more like, you know, the complete history of the vase. You know, that kind of bullshit. You can make an investigation check in here if you want as well to see if anything stands out.
Why the hell not? It's a 4 plus 2, so 6.
Nope, nothing.
Okay. I'll close that. And head down the hall to meet, like, the corner place to meet Zotali again, see if he found anything.
Zotali will come back and Zotali will say, so I found 2 rooms.
Mhm.
One of them is strange, and one of them is just a door with a staircase.
Okay, well, I found a powder room and a drawing room, both equally boring. Strange in what sense? And staircase is always good.
The staircase
but
goes downstairs,
strange in what sense?
so could lead to some form of cellar. The strange room is it was just a room with a mirror.
Let's take a
Like
look. Maybe I...
Okay, so he takes you towards door number 3.
Mm-hmm.
as you open the door, right ahead of you is a full-length mirror.
Just a mirror. No any other kind of adornments, no decorations, no.
Just a gold-rimmed, tall, standing mirror.
Can
You
I go
make
around
it-
to the back
Oh no, it's on
of
the
it,
wall.
see if there's a...
It's on the wall.
Oh, it's on the wall.
You can make an investigation check if you want.
I will. Okay, that was a... That was a 6. That's cocked. Not great. 5 plus 2, so...
On a 7, it's a weird place for a mirror, but just looks like a mirror. I think I'm gonna leave you there to ponder. And I'm going to go to Reverie and Kisselies. Now, you guys have went upstairs. You're now on a mezzanine wraparound, which, do you know what I mean by a mezzanine wraparound?
Yes.
Okay, awesome, cool. So, 2 wings to the house. You've got left and you've got right. They both look identical from this point of view. Where would you like to go?
Always go left.
Always go left. You wander to the left immediately from stepping in here. What's your passive perception?
My favorite question you could ever ask me, 23.
On a 23, you immediately are hit with sense of oud, rose petals, floral, fragrant scents. This is very evidently the what's the ladies' wing. This would be where, like her. If we were to put it in like Victorian, Edwardian terms, this would be like where her wardrobe is, or her crafting room, or the room where she sat and just did her embroidery, like that kind of stuff. So this is obviously the wing that would be for the lady of the house. This is where, if she wanted to get away from her husband, if she wanted to go and do something of her own, this is where all her stuff would be located. Ahead of you, there's a door at the very end of this corridor. 2 doors on the right hand side, 1 door on the left.
Going left again.
Okay. You walk up the corridor, bypassing the first door on the right. You get to the door that's on the left wall. You open it up, and inside it is wall-to-wall canvases with beautiful art on them.
I will admire the art. Is there anything like... Obviously they're beautiful, but is there anything unusual about
You
them?
can make an investigation check if you would like to.
I would love
And again,
to.
much in the same sense, as you didn't say to split up with Kessler's or anything, he would be with you, so you can choose to either have him roll his own investigation, or you can take advantage on your check, your choice.
He can roll his own.
Smart choice, considering
Use
the
my-
fact he's a wizard.
My reverie dice here. Oh, that's not my character sheet there.
That ain't my character sheet. That's someone completely different. Kesselis, rolling investigation. Okay. What did you get on yours?
I got a 19.
On a 19, as you lean in, you see that beautiful, beautiful pieces of art showing they seem to be all human form, or you know, they're all the body. They're all about the body and stuff. And they mostly seem to show women in positions of power. You know, by the gauge of the art, the women are always standing up taller than the men, or they're always in higher positions than the men. Kessley's got a 26. You both made the high enough roll that you can also roll a medicine check.
A medicine check?
Medicine check. And Kessley's whiffed it with a nat 1.
Oh, I got the exact opposite.
Nat 20?
For a
We
27,
love to see a
yeah.
nat 20. So as you both are admiring the art, something catches your eye about this canvas. Usually with canvas, you can see, if you look close enough, you can see where the fibres overlap. You know, where you look at canvas, it almost looks like if you looked at cloth under a microscope, where you can see how the little fibres overlap each other to make the canvas. You don't see this. And as you lean in closer, you, again, with that passive perception, you gain a scent. A scent of something that you would recognise. Salt. Back in the times when you would help your mum, especially back in the times where like the plague happened and people that passed away, coating the bodies with a solution of salt brine would usually keep the bodies fresher. It's like the early days formaldehyde, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Also kept everything from rotting, kept it from drying out. That gives you enough of a cause to lean in and just run your finger along the edge of it. And this is not canvas, but flesh. Or to be specific, stretched and tanned hide. Now of what, you can't tell, it's been painted on. But it's definitely not canvas, it is definitely some kind of tanned hide. Or treated hide, to be more specific.
Interesting. Very scary, but interesting. And it's all women in, like, positions of power?
Yes.
Out of curiosity, what are the background locations in some of these images? Is it woods? Is it?
Seems to be.
I'm trying to vibe out if it's a hat.
No. Seems to be like almost like, I would say, from what you would guess, it's like stone pillars, stone arches, almost temple-esque. Maybe going so far as like monastery-esque, like, you know, the kind of thing I'm describing.
Yeah. Picture
the interior of like the Hunchback of Notre Dame, right? That kind of vibe. Oh, ouch.
Interesting. Okay, I'm going to... And that's it. This room is filled with nothing but paintings, right?
Nothing but paintings.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna tuck my arm into Castellisa's, and we're going to kind of glide out of the room. At an even, you know, we're just casually taking a stroll and exploring the place kind of pace. To maybe go see a different room now, while I contemplate, what, is there a deity, of any, not deity, but like a fae or something that Reverie would know of that has like that kind of vibe?
What, like a particular lean towards blood and flesh and painting on blood and flesh? Not really.
like yeah, kind of like the life, like more yeah, like life after death, stone temples, a woman in power.
Not really, no. I mean, there's a few fae that are kind of... There's a few fae like, societies and stuff that are definitely kind of a bit more bloodthirsty than others. But fae don't really have a sense of, like, men must be in charge or women must be in charge. They're not really matriarchal or patriarchal. So it doesn't really seem like it's fae aligned on this one. I give you that without needing you to roll.
Interesting. And there was another door, right?
There's 3 more doors. So across from you, so as you come out this door, directly across from you, there's one on that wall. To your left, which would be the end of the corridor, there's a door there on that wall. And then on the wall across from you, but down in the direction you've just came from, there's another door on that wall.
Let's go with the first door, because that was the closest.
So the one directly to your left?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so as you have came up this corridor and went into the left, you come out this one and go to the end of the corridor, push open that door, and you're met with a library.
Perhaps you inherited your nose for books from me.
I think that would be quite strange considering we're not related, but perhaps. At that, a voice is going to sound from inside. A voice that is a summer voice, you can tell from the accent. But you can tell from the sound of this, they are old. As they... Is there anything I can help you both with?
Who dat?
In front of you there is a summer Eladrin, although as much as age does not really show on an Eladrin's face, it shows in other ways. This man's eyes, which were probably once a yellow or a golden colour, are faded to a slightly off-white. His hair is very, very, very platinum blonde, to the point of verging on snowy white. If this man was wearing blue, he could be mistaken for a winter Eladrin. His horns have lost much of their lustre and shine, but he still holds that prominence of summer Eladrin. I do apologise, this is the library of the house. I was in the middle of catching up on a bit of dusting. Is there anything I can help with at all?
We were exploring the house, kind of taking a walk to get our bearings. But my son here is very well read, so I think he would enjoy this space if you don't mind us being in here for a moment.
Any guests of the master and the mistress are welcome here. I hope that you will respect the sanctity of some of these tomes. They are fairly old.
Of course we will.
By all means. And he just walks around with this little duster, just dusts along some of the shelves and such.
Yeah, I'll take in a little exploratory walk with Kessler and see if anything catches our eye in here either.
Investigation
Besides
check.
the summer butler, which has already caught my eye.
Investigation checks.
16.
16. On a 16, as you walk around, you don't really see anything as you move. However, on a 27, Kesslis is going to stop and then move over to a shelf of books, run his hand along, and I know of these books. He's going to turn to you, looking at the Summer Eladrin, and then he's going to tap on his head. And he's going to, in order to move his hand, cast Sending. And he's going to say to you, these books are not normal books. These books are not normal books. At least 3 of these tomes are considered lost, forbidden, or malefic in nature.
Beverly will kind of nod her head slightly. And look at the man with his little duster subtly as well. And kind of tilt her head in a "do you want me to distract him" kind of way.
He will nod.
I will go up to the summer gentleman.
Dusting
like,
a wee shelf.
I'm sorry to bother you. I've positioned away from Kesslis to kind of face him so he can't see Kesslis.
It is not a bother at all. What is it I can do for you?
I was just very curious. I hope you don't mind my, I suppose, personal prying. You're from Summer, right?
I am indeed a proud denizen of the Summer Courts.
I can see it shows. People from Summer always age so well.
Thank you very kindly.
I was most curious. I suppose, one, how you came to work in spring. As I know some are mostly fond of their home.
I have served the Bloodthorne family for 5 generations now. I was reluctant to leave, but where the master goes, I go.
So the Bloodthorns were originally from Summer?
Their predecessor was, yes.
I see. It must have been very hard for you all to leave your home.
As I said, where the master goes, I go.
So you were with them in Summer?
I was, yes.
Just out of, I suppose, curiosity, I've been wanting to go there. Do you have any advice for a autumnal traveler for their first venture into the Summer lands?
It has been quite some time since I have ventured anywhere in summer, and I have not had the fortune of venturing to the country that is referred to as the Summer Lands. As for the summer courts in the realm we all call home, always have your best manners at heart, and you will do well there.
Okay. Is it at all any type of customary for me if I'm partaking in an event on a smaller scale than tonight, I suppose? Is it typically customary to bring a gift to show my goodwill if it's my first time there?
It is often considered polite to bring a gift to any host, should they be entertaining you at their home.
Thank you so much. Is Kesley done?
He
Or-
does it. He's not standing at the same bookshelf anymore.
Thank you so much for all your advice. I figured I would ask while I had the opportunity to do so. I don't want to be considered rude.
Not at all. I do. Thank you for your inquiries. If you don't mind, I must return to my chores.
Of course, I would be.
And back he goes to his dusting. Dusty.
I will casually stroll along to Kesley.
As you approach Kessley's, he will stand as if he's looking at the books here, and then just under his breath, they have very potent, powerful tones here. There is what I assume is a copy of a book that I have only heard whispered about. Not to mention a book which does not exist of this world, and a book that is forbidden in all practices of magic. And all of them create slightly worrying scenarios in my mind.
Then Reverie will also kind of talk into her breath. That moment there. The picture. Sanguinity.
Well, that's what one of these books is. One of them is a book known as the Tome of Blood and Bone. It's a how-to guide on the acts of sangromancy. Blood magic has been outlawed in all of the courts. I don't know where they gained this from, but they definitely did not gain this from any fey hands. There's also a book which it is unpronounceable, and only by it being unpronounceable do I understand what it is. In the academy, we simply knew it as the Tome of Eldritch Madness, because the last people that tried to actively pronounce its name went mad. And the other one is a book that I've only heard of, and I would assume that it is a copy and not the true book. And that would be the Book of Vile Deeds. But again, there are thousands of copies of that book, and only one true book. And I would assume that what they are holding is a copy. Otherwise, we should run from this place screaming. I need you to make me a history check.
History. That is a 17.
On a 17, way back some time ago, in fact, you could say 600 odd years ago. You ventured down into some tunnels and you faced down a poorly addled and falsely misled young Eladrin who had been promised great power over the undead. And he boasted that it was because of a voice which spoke to him through a book. The Book of Vile Deeds. He waved it and he tried to utilise it in a fight with you. At which point, Neremia charged in with her, wearing her husband's armour, dragging his soldiers behind her. And you were able to work together and bring him to his doom. But the book was never found. In fact, above the table, I think my players will remember a certain cutscene with a large hand reaching down and picking up the book. So as this memory of that, the name of that book, the Book of Vile Deeds, comes back to you.
I remember someone who may have had it. But it was killed. We could find it. But we spoke of someone speaking to them. It was what I consider mad ravens.
So I believe one of you was entrusted with Sheila's belongings, Sheila's bag of holding, while Ash isn't playing with us.
Knowing that she's closer friends with Reverie, I would guess. I mean, I'm not going to speak for Sheila, obviously, but I know that probably Arya or Eliam wasn't.
Then, for safety's sake, I will say that on top of that, with your history check, I'll also give you that you know that when you fought Magda, he dropped a copy of that book. Now, whether either of the first two are the real copies or not, whether this is the real copy, this is the true book, you don't know. But you know you've experienced this book twice. This being the third time.
Magda.
So you have experienced two, now three copies of this book.
Yes.
From what I read of this book, to come across one copy of this in your lifetime, even a prolonged lifetime like ours, is a miraculous feat. And you've stumbled across three.
I have Sheila's bag of holding, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't know who it would have been given to. I would assume if it was given to anyone while Sheila was doing what she was doing, it would be Reverie. The only things that won't be inside it are the things that Sheila was... what's the word I'm looking for here? That Sheila was... attuned to. But beyond that...
Because
And what, sorry, what else did you say there?
I said, and just things she was holding on to. Reverie wouldn't snoop through her stuff.
Oh, of course. But, I mean, I would say that yes, it's safe to assume that you would have her bag of holding.
Okay. And Reverie knows the book Sheila had in said bag of holding is that same book as well, correct?
Yes, so you guys were able to understand that that was, at least for your understanding, it was a copy of the Book of Vile Deeds. But whether it's the true Book of Vile Deeds or not, you're not aware of that.
Because we
That
never had a
part-
chance to identify.
Yep.
That part isn't important. I just remember, I think Reverie spoke to the Raven Queen about that book at one point. So she is going to kind of lean forward like she's inspecting a book that is very close to Kessely's ear and kind of run her finger along the spine and whisper, I have a copy.
So what do we do about this one?
Try and put it with its companion.
Sorry, I didn't understand what you said there.
Reverie said she supposes we can try and put it with its companion book, the other copy of it. We're just gonna steal all the copies of the book. Minions! Tonight we steal the moon!
Kessler will kind of look back over at this summer Eladrin dusting away, and then he will cast Mage Hand, and the hand grabs hold of the book, pulls it out, and brings it over to him. As he takes a hold of the book, he will kind of hug it close to his chest with his back towards the Saladrin and be like, where's your copy?
Currently, Reverie would, as long as she has the bag of holding, it would be in a secret fold in her clothes. So, not a secret fold, but like it's hidden in the fold.
Yeah.
So Reverie will kind of turn to like expose it and pull the fold back and pull the bag of holding open just a little bit so he can get the book in. And she's going to make it look like she's adjusting her clothes.
He reaches in, takes out the other copy of the book, and he puts them next to each other. Let me just double check my lore on something. Just give me one little minute while I do that.
A dang book! Gah! Also, I have an idea about the mirror. So well, hopefully that will happen by next year. But the dang book again!
This place is like a haunted house.
This is giving me a little bit of like Crooked House vibes, but like fancy, and I hate that more somehow.
Can I say my favorite thing about Reverie Aura is that no matter where she goes, she finds the worst things. Like a bloodhound.
Sorry, I do apologise. I've been calling it the Book of Vile Deeds. It's the Book of Vile Darkness. Its counterpart is the Book of Exalted Deeds. I do apologise. Book of Vile Darkness. Book of Vile Darkness is what I was meaning. Just in case people are
So
going,
bad juju.
what the hell's the Book of
So
Vile?
bad juju.
And this is by Orcus.
Orcus,
The
right?
Book of Vile Darkness was constructed, as far as I'm... let me double check on that, actually.
I'm almost sure it's Orcus.
Because I think it's actually Vecna. Or at least it was Orcus's and Vecna stole it. I'm just going to double check it.
I mean, either way, it's not great. That mirror is sus, and I'm gonna identify it.
Le Book of Vile Darkness. let's see here.
This whole place is sus. The mirror, the bloodthorns, the campuses, the books. It's all just bad juju.
The Book of Vile Darkness was written by Vecna. But we know that necromancy originated from Orcus, so it's most likely believed that the information Vecna stole from Orcus is what he transcribed into.
So it's a collaborative thing.
Yeah. Is it collaborative to write down the things you've already learned in a book, or is that just you writing down what you learned?
That's
in a book?
true.
That kind of thing. He might have stolen the secrets from Orcus, but he is, as we are told here, he is the one that wrote the Book of Vile Darkness. So this is Vecna's book.
Mm-hmm.
Not that you guys know who Vecna is.
No, my beef's with Orcus. Apparently, I have a thruple beef with Orcus. Because Asmodeus don't like him. The Raven Queen don't like him.
So you've got two kinds of harem, a harem of people who want you and a harem of people you have beef with.
The Venn diagram is a circle.
As you hold the two books together, both seemingly identical. The one that was in Sheila's pack starts to crumple at the edges, collapsing in itself. Until eventually what you're holding is a crumpled up, like, it's as if you imagine like what you can do to a sheet of paper and you scrunch it all up into a ball. It's as if something has done that with the book. The one you gain from this library, however, is untouched, unaffected.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. In the bag.
You're putting it in the bag.
I feel like that is the best place for it to go.
Okay, you put it in the bag. And what do you do from here?
What are we going to do about the other two?
Well, I don't know, but I don't think that we can go on a book stealing spree. I think they'll probably notice.
Here's the plan. I don't have a plan. We're going to this. We're going to check out the other rooms and finish our walk. And then perhaps later in the evening of the ball, when we need a moment of quiet to collect ourselves from socializing, we will find ourselves up here.
That seems like a fine idea to me.
As reverie is, the last part has been said like loud enough for the butler to hear it. Since books bring both of us comfort, I think it is the best place for us to have a moment to collect it. It's quiet, it's well kept. As long as we are quiet and respectful, I think it will be.
And I'm going to leave you and Kessely's there.
Okay.
And I'm going to jump back to Elion and Harahal. Elion. As you stand in this ballroom and Harahal comes back holding a drink for both of you. hands you one. He takes hold of it and hands you one of them, and is like, I don't know what it is. They said it's. They called it rum. I'm unsure.
No clue.
To your health.
Drink.
What's your passive perception, Elion?
It is 15.
15. Okay. Other guests keep arriving, and it's at this point you start to see there's a bit of a mix. Lots of summer Eladrin are now here. Summer Eladrin nobility. This is where you would start seeing faces you recognise. Not so much into the fact that I'd go in to name them so and such, but you know enough that you'd be like, oh, I know that family, I know that family, I definitely know that family. Some of them you don't recognise. Some who are perhaps maybe the new faces of particular families, but you don't entirely recognise them. At one point, Eloise, the sister of the sister of the patriarch of the Bloodthorne family, the one who is married and now has a different name, has the name Lilygild. She is going to approach, and she is going to look at Harahal and be like, I hope that you don't mind me interrupting. My husband's sister is here, and I would absolutely love to introduce Harahal. Now, I understand the little charade that you've had going, but I do promise that she is a purely scholarly interest, not a romantic interest.
Kind of give him the look of, what do you want to do?
He will look at you like, I mean, it would be rude to deny one of our hosts, would it not?
Just don't go out of eyesight.
I'll be sure not to. She goes, don't worry, I'll have him back to you in 5 minutes. I promise not to harm a hair on his head. And she kind of chuckles and leads him off. As she leads him off, you said your passive perception was a 15.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Heading upstairs, you see a glint of a familiar face. I'm not going to make you make a history check, because this was a very prominent face, as they give you a shit-eating grin. Just in that moment of a flash of their face that you see red hair. Not like the Bloodthorn's red hair. Bright red hair. Last time you seen them, they were cackling madly while they spewed flames all over a building.
Okay.
They're Arya's sibling, the one that you thought had been burned by his own flames.
Mm-hmm.
As you can see Evanan Dawnstar making his way upstairs where you know Reverie and Kessel is to be.
Now, I did have a question that I need to ask.
By all means, go
you.
ahead. Go ahead.
I assume we're not in armour, obviously.
I would say that while not being in armour, you would certainly have anything that isn't armour and attuned to, you'd still have that. And it's fairly normal, even in these particular events, that you could have weapons with you.
Okay.
I would say at the most, I would say nobody has armour, but fairly common would be to, you know, it's like if you look at, like, you know, old nobility things, they'd have their military uniform,
Like crest sabers,
their cavalry
and stuff, yeah.
sabers, stuff. So it'd be common for you to have your weapons on hand, most definitely. Other things might be a bit harder to explain. So weapons, definitely. Rings, necklaces, that kind of thing you're attuned to, definitely. Armor, nope.
How far up is he?
Well, you're on the other side of the dance of the ballroom.
Mm-hmm.
You seen just the glimpse of his face as he stepped onto the stairs. Now, if you were to move as a dead sprint, you'd probably catch him before you got to the top of the staircase. If you're moving so as not to draw attention, he'd probably get upstairs before you got to the staircase.
Hold on, I need to check the wording of a spell. 1 second. I do believe it is to a point you can see, but yeah. Okay. I will kind of push myself into the crowd. And make my way 30 feet without sprinting. And then, I mean, I don't really care if I get spotted so much because it's a common thing that we can do. I'll Misty Step to the top of the stairs.
Absolutely. So you get there, you missed it, and as you get to that, just as he's stepping onto the top of the staircase, you missed a step up.
Going somewhere.
Just exploring.
Well, I heard that this area is off limits, so if you could head back down the stairs.
Strange, because I was told any area is available to guests except the cellar.
Well, that's true, but there's a lot of wood up here, and you are rather detrimental to such things.
But see, I've come... He does this with his hands, no sword, no staff, and he goes, I've come quite unprepared. So
Well, I
think
haven't, so I suggest you go back down the stairs.
Is that a threat?
Is it more fun if I say yes?
Is it breaching your guest rights if you say yes? You know how these spring folk are. Very, very resilient and very stalwart in their guest and host rights, are they not?
I also hear they like theatrics, and coming back from the dead must be quite the party trick.
Don't you know that phoenixes always rise from the ashes? And remind me, you didn't stay back to sweep up those ashes, did you?
Fair. Very fair. Well,
So,
if you're going to explore, I am sure you'll be okay with me accompanying you.
absolutely. I would love company. Shall we venture
Wonderful.
Shall we venture to the left or venture to the right?
Let your whimsy take you, Evelyn.
I think we'll go left.
I think that's a wonderful idea.
Truly. Tell me, how is my sister?
Honestly, I don't speak to them enough to know, but they are alive.
How is it to be so far from home? Do you weep at night, missing the kiss of sun on your cheek? Or are you happy being a wanderer, vagrant? What is it my sister likes to call herself? A child of the world? Do you also find yourself as a child of this world, or are you just simply unwanted? Whimsy allows for many fickle thoughts, does it not?
Your sister has a rather vivid imagination of her own titles, but I would like to make one thing very clear. Unlike your sister, I'm not a child.
And unlike my sister, you don't scare me.
That's normally what they all say.
I'm going to enjoy this. But first, let's go and have a look in some rooms, shall we? I've always enjoyed looking in other people's spaces.
On that we can agree.
And he will very, very manically. Like, his behaviour is almost like Joker-esque. He will loop his arm through yours, and he will march down to the left, and he will stop as you get to that first door on the right, and he'll go, well, you know what they say about the beginning, it's a very good place to start, and he boots the door open.
I have a question for you, Bran.
Yes.
Does a creature know if they become cursed?
Could you read me the exact wording of it?
You touch a creature, and that creature must succeed on a wisdom saving throw and become cursed for the duration.
In that case, yes, because they would be making
Okay.
a saving throw.
Then I will do nothing.
Okay. So, steps into this room. What you step into here is a room which is covered in like dresses and different forms of attire. Evidently some kind of like walk-in wardrobe. It's gonna let go of your arm and walk amongst the clothes, just running his hand along them and just be like, well, this is all just a right load of tat, isn't it? I mean, and it pulls one of them out. Could you imagine wearing something like this? Disgusting.
It's a bit gaudy for me.
Incredibly so, right? And just a thin trail of flame just along it. He's like, oops. And he just continues running his hands along everything, just being like, absolutely nothing of any good presentation.
So, you've been busy, I'd assume?
What do you mean since you burned me into a withered husk of a recognisable being and then wandered off without checking to see if I was even remotely close to death? Oh, I've been very busy.
How is the big fella these days? I haven't spoken to him recently.
Oh, you mean father?
Well, and
know.
the people he subscribes to the ideals of.
Oh, father's never subscribed to anybody's beliefs except his own. Anybody who thought he did, well, they're, well, delusional. As for my father and how he is, I wouldn't know. Last time I saw him, I do believe there was something about me being a half of a Dawn Star, and that I would never be a replacement for any of his true sons. And then I believe that I threw a ball of flame directly into his face. So I'm not entirely sure how he is, but as he doesn't have my gift with flame, I'd imagine he's less than optimal.
And the one above all, the big lord himself?
Who do you mean? I'm afraid I don't quite know.
Well, I assumed someone of your stature would have at least a little bit of correspondence with the Lord of the Summer, no?
Oh, you're going to have to do much better than that. Fishing for enemy tactics and not even an attempt at masking the questions. I am disappointed.
Ah, well, can you blame me for trying?
Trying I can blame you for, but failure was expected. You must be used to Summer's disappointment, though, so I can't imagine anything's different for you. Now, should we check another room? I do believe there's 3 more on this floor.
Sure.
Fantastic. He goes out of the wardrobe, up the corridor, and gets to the door on the right. And he pushes that open, and he goes, "Ah, I just found my favourite room. I do adore nurseries, don't you?"
No.
No. Dear, are you... Do you hate children, Elion?
Partially, yes. Mostly no.
As you would know, it's quite rare for one of ours to have a child. To have a nursery would insinuate there is a child on the way. Whoever could it belong to? I wonder, I wonder, I wonder. And he steps in, and it is very much a nursery. Did you know that since this world has been created, there has not been a child born on it? Everyone here migrated over.
That is an interesting fact.
Very interesting, isn't it? So what do you believe this is for? Surely an Eladrin child, the firstborn on this world. That would be a mighty cause for celebration, would it not?
I suppose.
So then why hide?
Illegitimate?
Oh, I do love a good illegitimacy story, don't you?
They're okay.
I have an even juicier idea. What if there was a child and now no more?
That would be rather tragic.
It would be, wouldn't it? And I do love a tragedy. He picks up like a little toy from inside, just like off one of the shelves, and it's just like toys, never to be played with. It's almost enough that you would shed a tear. Unfortunately, I can't produce water, and he puts it back on the shelf.
Should we move on?
I do believe we shall. Tell me, Elion. As he steps out of the nursery, he puts his hand on the library door, and he says, "What do you think's behind door number 3?
A room, I hope.
Do you smell that?
Can't say I do.
I smell parchment. Perhaps I shouldn't go inside. You know, like you said, I'm very flammable."
Like the wise decision is going to stop you from opening the door anyway.
Oh, you know me very well, Elion.
Unfortunately.
And he's going to push open the door.
Before you open it, as it like gets a creak in, I hope you are aware that while social decorum does prevent me from causing a scene, I don't care. And while I'm enjoying the banter, and I will not harm you while you are doing no harm, I am armed.
Yes, you are. I give you my word. I will intend and do my best to ensure no harm comes to you or any of your friends, and I'll even include my sister.
And the rest of the denizens in the halls and rooms?
I'll even include those as well. I give you my word. I shall harm no one who is under the roof of this house or within its grounds.
Can I... This is my thought, but I don't think Elian's smart enough.
Okay.
Is there any kind of inflection on the word I?
No. He's. If I did put one that wasn't intended, it is very much a.
No. I'm just checking.
It would be a bit of a smarmy get about it, so I'll put it more specific. I, Evanon Dawnstar, of sound body and mind, give you my word that I will inflict no harm on anyone underneath this roof or within the confines of this house and its grounds.
Wonderful. Shall we?
Absolutely. He's going to open the door.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to leave it there because I'm going to jump down, lastly, to Arya and to Zotali. Arya, we left you looking at this mirror.
Yeah. Insight check didn't work, but I'm still sus about the mirror in this room. So can I cast, and I'll use a spell slot for it, so it's quicker. Can I cast Identify on the mirror and just kind of like touch the glass surface?
You can. You touch the glass mirror, and when you cast Identify, this is a rare item, or should I say rare items. This is called the Mirrored Passage. The Mirrored Passage acts as a gateway to a demi-plane of sorts. When the mirror is placed upon a wall and the command phrase is spoken, any other mirror attached to any wall within the confines of, the connecting walls of the area it's in are all connected, and they all lead to a demi-plane. A demi-plane that is the exact opposite, literally flipped, a mirrored plane of the plane that you exist in right now. It has other specifications as stated by the person who controls this item. Should you know the command phrase, you can pass in to that mirror plane. Each and every mirror in this house is connected to this individual prime mirror.
I'll relay this information to
You will
Zotali.
just a minute. You'll also gain the knowledge on how to destroy this mirror, which is very simple. You must cast a spell of at least 3rd level onto, so it has to be a damaging spell of at least 3rd level, onto the back of the mirror after taking it off the wall and lying it face down on a solid surface.
Okay. So I could probably cast Shatter into that. So I'll relay all that to Zotali and be like, I still really want to go downstairs, those stairs, but I am curious about where these other things lead. It leads to maybe where the thing that we're looking for. Oops. Sorry, low battery. Let me plug that in. I am curious where this could lead to. I mean, obviously to other parts of the house. Maybe we'd end up some place where the thing we're searching for Asmodeus is, or maybe there's a room with hidden evidence about stuff that could be incriminating to the Bloodthorns. I wonder if my chime of opening would suffice for opening this instead of the phrase. What do you think is more important to try and explore, the stairs or the mirror itself?
Well, Asmodeus did
I
say
don't want to waste
that.
too much time.
Asmodeus did say that what they were keeping from him was kept somewhere within the house. We do understand that there is other things here, and we understand that we have been told we are not to enter the cellar. Now, if I had an event such as this and I didn't want people going somewhere, I would masquerade it as a reasonable reason. Don't go into a wine cellar or you'll disrupt the temperature seems like a reasonable reason. So I would assume if those stairs lead to the cellar, then that's probably where we are needed to go.
I'd agree. Do you think we should... Only problem with... If I destroy the mirror, A, that'll leave evidence, and B, I have to use my music to do it, which could create disturbance. So, do you think it's worth trying to do the mirror too, or just go straight down? think we
I
might
mean,
have to just leave it.
How would you destroy it? Because I am going to assume that would make some noise.
Yeah, I can't think of any other way magically to do it, so we might just have to leave the suspicious mirror in the odd room with no decorations alone for now and hope that nothing bad comes of it. To the stairs?
To the stairs.
Alright. Let's hope that it doesn't lead any place super dark and super cramped. I don't do well in small dark spaces.
Step down. Step out the room, sorry. Go to the left, step into the other room, and in front of you, as he said, there is a set of stairs that leads down and curves round. Supposedly leading downstairs.
Is there any light?
There does seem to be some light stones down there, yes.
At least it's not totally dark. Okay. Please don't be cramped. Please don't be cramped. I'll go down the stairs.
Downstairs, there is a door. Not like the other doors in this house. A wooden door with metal banding. The type that is fairly common for a cellar so as to keep it with a tight seal.
Definitely the cellar. Does it look like there's a lock, or can I use my
It does
chime of
look
opening
like
to open
it does. You can use your chime of opening if you'd like. How many rings on the chime have you got left?
I've got let's see, one. I've only used one charge so far, and it's got like 2, 4, 6, 8. I think like 10 or 12.
So,
But I've got plenty of charges still.
It does say here it can be used 10 times. So if this is the first time, if you've only used it once, that would mean that you've got 8 chimes left after this one.
All right.
You ring that chime and the padlock unlocks. Zotali opens the door. Now in here it does go to being dim light.
What's the spacing like?
It's a wine cellar. Wide space but
Okay.
lots of racks of bottles. As you wander down these racks, bottles upon bottles upon bottles of wine and large like casks attached into the far walls. It's cold. What's
Can
your
I
passive
do-
perception?
Passive? Give me just a clock tick. Let me get back to my abilities. Passive perception is 15.
Okay, so you're not going to be able to do it, but Zotali, as you guys step in, do you smell that?
Not really. I just smell fermented grapes mostly. Why?
Iron. He's gonna. He kind of walks towards the edge of the wall and gets towards the very, very large casks. Don't know if you've ever seen these, like the big, like mass batch wine barrels. Like they're big enough that the tops of the barrel could be a door to a hobbit house. Like they're huge.
Yeah. I've seen pictures, yeah.
He gets to them and there's 5 along the wall. He goes up to one and knocks on it and there's the very, very dull sound of what you would expect from a full barrel. He goes along to the next one, does the same. Gets to the one in the middle and he knocks it and it's hollow.
Hollow?
Hollow. He
I
goes
can only
to-
think of 2 things that smell like iron. Metal or...
It's going to open up as it goes around the edge, finds a crease and he's going to open up and it swings open. A hidden entrance. And as he opens it up, there's no mistaking the scent as it comes out of here, pungent, smacks you in the face, pungent, metallic, tangy, blood, dried blood, albeit, but blood.
Something tells me we're going to have to go down.
It's not a down, it goes straight ahead.
Oh, something tells me we're going to have to go straight ahead.
Okay. He lifts up his arm, and he's going to look at you and he's going to say, if you're squeamish, you might want to look away. He's going to cast a spell called Blade of Bone. He grabs here and he mutters a spell in Infernal, and as he pulls, you see him pull out a long sword, but it's made of bone, as he's literally pulling out an elongated shard of his own bone to create a blade. This is an actual spell, by the way.
That's really cool. That's metal as hell.
It's metal as fuck. I love it, and the best thing about it, it's a ranger spell, but I decided to give it to him because it really fits the theme of what he is now. He kind of rolls the elbow and takes hold of the sword. Yeah, I'm fine.
Alright. I'll unsheath my bow blade, and just for safety reasons, I'm gonna be right next to you, but I am gonna go invisible and on my boots, so if you hear any heavy breathing in case it gets dark or cramped, that's probably coming from me, so I'll unsheath my bow blade and activate my wing boots and my ring of protection, and we'll go forward.
You make your way down. Oh, he's cast a spell, so his illusion would drop. He now looks like himself. Making your way down this, you eventually come to a part where the tunnel jerks to the left. And as it jerks to the left and you wander down it, you see in front of you a very, very macabre setting. Looks like a old school surgeon's table. But the table is up on its, vertical point, and attached to it is what appears to be an eladrin. They don't have any horns, so they've either chosen not to have them or they're no longer there, either of them. They do have pointed ears, so you can tell it's an eladrin, but they have a shaved head. They do have a kind of beard, I would say kind of similar to like myself or Harry's. Fit a full beard, but like unkempt at the edges. They've clearly been here for some time. They have marks all over them, brands, sigils carved into them. They have scars and stitch marks. And as they lift their head up, bright yellow eyes, black slits for pupils. So, they sent you to finish me off, did they?
I'll go uninvisible. We're not here to harm anyone. We're just looking for information. Are you... Obviously you're not okay. How long have you been here? Can we help you?
Just looks at you. Can't tell if you're being serious or not.
I have a reputation of being sincere against my own favor. You can call me Arya. Do you need help getting down? That all looks incredibly painful.
Oh, does it? Yeah, I'm bolted in with steel wraps around my wrist. No, I don't need your help.
Hang on. I'll grab my chime of opening, and I'm assuming this works on like locks like that too, probably.
You can take the chance on it if you want.
Let me reread the item thing just to be sure.
So I will point out to you that I would advise you reading the item because it does say very specifically the chime issues a clear tone and one lock or latch on the object opens. If no locks or latches remain, the object opens. He is bolted in at his wrists and ankles. So if you want to do this, you certainly can, but it will take 4 uses of your chime. to free him.
Okay, I can free you, but first of all, you need to swear that you aren't going to cause me or my friend here harm.
You related to those bastards that did this to me.
I'm not related to anyone, really. But look, I don't like seeing people in pain when it clearly don't deserve it, but I don't know you personally, and I've been trying not to be as, naively trusting, so I just want you to promise that you're not going to hurt us if we let you go free, because I don't know you, but I also don't want to see you in pain anymore, because this is not okay.
Did anybody ever told you talked? Yeah, I promise I won't hurt you or your tall red friend here.
Okay then, I will use 4 chimes then.
So as you chime, 1 arm, 2 arms, leg, and he crumples onto his hands and knees.
I've also got healing spells. Hang on. And I'm gonna cast which level? How bad does he look?
He's messed the fuck up.
Okay, I'm gonna do a nice level 4 healing word then.
Okay, you cast a
Then
level
I'll play
4 healing word.
a soothing tune.
Okay,
And
what's the hit points that he gets back from that?
Wait, give me a second. I need a couple more d4s. I need 2 more. Each slot level above 4, so I'm casting it at 4, so come on, d4s. Where are you? There we go. So, okay, he gets 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He gets 10. Let's see, 84 plus 3, so 10 plus 3, so he gets 13 back. Oh no, wait, hang on, 8d4, so sorry, I need to roll these again. So that was 10, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 25 total.
25 in total, fantastic.
Yep.
As he gets back those 25 hit points, you can actively hear like bones crack back into place. And as he stands up, you see him like taking hold of like fingers and stuff and popping them back in.
I take it the Bloodthorns did this to you. What I don't understand is why, and who you would be important enough to do this to.
It's not about who I'm important enough to, it's what's in me. How do I get out?
Right now there's a party going on, so you'd have to sneak out a different way, but...
No, I'm not sneaking anywhere. You better step back. And he stands and and then you hear an almighty crack. And as that crack happens, you see his back arch. And then more bones cracking, and you watch as you can visibly see his bones breaking. And then within a handful of seconds of breaking, reforming into a longer, broader shape. You see, and this is where the trigger warning, this is where the gory part comes in, you see the skin start here and then start to split down his face, and from underneath it you see white hair and a jaw start to push through as his humanoid teeth begin to fall out as fangs push them out. The same thing happens that happened on his face happens along his back as you see the skin along his spine tear and start to fall off in clumps as white fur is shown underneath it within 30 seconds. Silent seconds, by the way, as he doesn't scream. His face contorts as if he's going to, but he doesn't scream.
Oh.
To quote one of my favourite BBC television shows, he should be dead within 30 seconds. The werewolf heart is 2/3 the size of a human's, or an eladrin's. But in order for it to shrink, first it has to stop. So basically he has a heart attack. While he's having his heart attack, all of his other organs are smaller too, so they all cease. He goes through complete organ failure. By now, the pituitary gland should be working overtime, funneling his body with endorphins, but that too is shut down. And that's what I love the most about this. That's why I know this is no mere evolution. This is the thumbprint of an angry god. This curse drags him through hell, fire and brimstone, and it keeps him alive and even conscious throughout the entirety of it. If he wants to scream, he can, because his vocal cords are tearing, shredding and reforming to become wolfen. A terrible, vicious curse spread by tooth and claw. Victim begets victim begets victim. It's so cruel. It's perfect. And as this bone shattering ceases, there's a couple of moments of deep panting before this lupine creature stands upright, 7 feet tall, hulking in size, and turns its eyes towards the exit. It makes no move to attack you. It observes you and then turns its head away, clearly showing that there's at least some part of it that recognises that you freed it. And it starts to make its way towards the stairs. And that's where we are going to leave tonight's session. However, I do have a brief after credits for you. As this creature reaches the tunnel to make its way through, a young Eladrin is going to step in front of it, drawing a long, curved, wavy blade. The last time we've seen this face, Elion was handily putting him in his place, as the young Master Bloodthorne points his sword at your lupine friend and says, "No, I don't think so, dog. Back in your kennel before someone gets hurt." Looks over towards you in Zotali and goes, "Oh, I'd hoped this would happen." And then he speaks as if he's speaking to you and just says, "We're going to have to act a little sooner than we thought." Upstairs, in the ballroom, Elion, you've moved away from here, so you wouldn't get to see this. But the master of the house stops and sighs, looks to his wife and says, "It is sooner than expected, but it shall happen nonetheless." And then he smiles, revealing 2 very pointed teeth. And then he speaks a word, very, very softly. Nobody else would hear it, except a number of the summer Eladrin turn their heads towards him, and they smile with those same pointed teeth. Upstairs in the library, Reverie, as you see Elion behind an open door, standing next to someone who the last time you saw them, they were burned to cinders. The butler is going to turn around and go, I'm terribly sorry to say this, but you will not be able to head downstairs. And his eyes go black and his fangs elongate. The party has reached an early conclusion. And somewhere deep in the confines of the house, Harahal lies unconscious as Eloise walks away from him, dabbing at her mouth with a napkin. And Harahal has 2 puncture wounds in his neck. And that's where we're ending today's session. Thank you very much for everybody that came to see us today. Thank you for the reactions
I'm so glad Arya
from
did
my
that.
party.
I'm so glad I freed him.
Next week, or next session, we will be beginning in combat, and it will be a multi-tiered combat. How it will work is it will essentially operate as 3 different initiative orders, and we will rotate between combats. At the point where one may come to an end, we will rotate to whichever one you would like to join. Oh, I've been looking forward to this. Thank you very much for everybody that came to see us today. If you like what you've seen here, please do go and check all of our social medias. We're everywhere under World Tree Quests. On top of that, you can go and check out all of my personal stuff. I am Oops All Brands, pretty much everywhere, so you'll be able to find me rather easily. I don't have anything else really special to call out, so I'm just going to leave that there for just now. I'm going to pass over to my players and allow them to plug themselves. Oh, and then after that, we're going to be moving on to electing our MVP of the session. So, Harry, anything you would like to plug at all there, my friend?
I have a basically prehistorically inactive Blue Sky, that guy just Harry, that I post on once every Monday night when I remember it exists, when I have to do this bit, and then it never happens again. But yeah, other than that, I don't exist, and I disanimate as soon as the cameras start off.
Fantastic. Thanks very much, Harry. What about yourself, Liz? Anything you would like to plug at all?
Yeah, you can follow me on all social medias as Patron of Chaos, all one word smushed together like a sandwich, or patron _of_ chaos. Also, I will be attending PAX 2025. So feel free to find me. I don't think I'm doing anything like panel wise or anything. So just catch me running around.
Fantastic.
Bringing my friends drinks because they're doing panels.
Do go and check out Patron of Chaos anywhere that you can find that glorious face. And last and most certainly not least, Khadija, anything you would like to plug at all?
Hi, you can find me across the boards at Khadij Al Kubra on Instagram, Archive of Our Own, kind of Blue Skies. I really need to go back to that, but mostly on TikTok, where I'm also known as the Book Dragon of the Bookworm Archive. I really need to post more stuff again, but I still got plenty of content there. So if you like wholesome fantasy, cozy kind of vibes, as well as having really good book recommendations shoved down your throat, particularly ones that are on the banned books list, I'm the gal you go to. But as far as playing D&D goes, I am exclusively here with these awesome people and these awesome storytellers. And these insanity situations! I love it.
Love to hear that. And now we come to the final part of our show for today, is nominating our MVP. I do believe that we've done this before here, or have we not done it here?
You talked about what it is, but this is the first time we're actually doing it, I believe.
Okay, so electing the MVP. Basically, this is a point where we can come together as a group above table and nominate an MVP of the session. Now, should you wish to, you can nominate yourself, you can nominate another member of the party, or you can nominate me if you think I've done an exemplary job as a DM today. But it's basically who shone above in this particular session of the day. The prize for being elected as the MVP of the session is a single portent roll. For those that don't know what a portent is a d20 roll. Whatever's rolled, you take a note of it somewhere, and you can trade that with any d20 roll. Your own, an ally's, or an enemy's. I will also have a vote in the interest of keeping everything fair. So I'm going to kick us off with my nomination for MVP, and please vote as to what you think, not just what I think. I think I'd like to give MVP to Harry for the witty repartee amongst you and Evanon. That was a really, really cool back and forth. I enjoyed that. It's kind of like
I was waiting for them to kiss.
I
He's
was
a
like,
psycho!
I was like, they're either going to stab each other or they're going to be smooching. It's going to be one of the two. But yeah, I think I would like to nominate Harry for today's MVP. Harry, you're next on my screen. So who would you like to nominate?
See, I wish you wouldn't have said that it was an option, because I was going to choose you for the exact same reason.
I mean, you're certainly allowed to if you would like to.
I had a lot of fun with the big man of the Bloodthorns and Evanon coming back, which was a sick twist. So I'm doing that. That's my vote.
Okay, so we have one for me, one for Harry. Liz, who would be your vote?
Also for you, quite frankly, this was a lot of twists today. A lot. Like from jump, it was a very, very crazy good session. Above and beyond.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that very much. So by my count, that's 2 for me, 1 for Harry. Khadija, you are the decider.
I swear this is not a bandwagon vote, because I genuinely was going to vote for you too, because not only did you just like make me freak the F out with the Evanon return, what the fuck, bringing my brother tried to kill me back and tormented me as a child, but also just like in general, like there were so many like cool things in the descriptions and just like how awesome it was, but also how much goth. The little hints and drops that like you could pick up but couldn't quite get, and also I really loved the little moment with like Sotali and Arya. That tenderness just like was so sweet, and I really enjoyed role playing that. But honestly, you were on fire today, man. Gah!
Thank you.
The flesh painting.
I've been holding on to the reveal for Bloodthorns for so long. Okay, well in that case, as I've been voted the MVP for today, I will roll my d20 and see what the portent roll is. And I can use this for any d20 roll. I can use it to whatever I roll. I can swap out an enemy's roll. I can swap it for an ally. I can swap it for one of you guys. I can swap it for any roll of a d20. And it's not down to what I think as a DM or whatever. It's down to what I think is going to be funny or is going to fit my sense of humour. So I'm going to roll that d20 just now. Okay. I rolled a 4.
Oh, that's going to be very funny.
So the rules of these are as follows. You can be nominated as an MVP multiple times. You can win it multiple times in a row. You can only have one portent roll. You can only keep one of them. So if you say I get MVP next week and I haven't used my roll of a 4, I can roll the other d20. On that one, I got a nat 1. I could then choose, do I want to keep the 4 or do I want to trade it for the nat 1? Okay?
Alrighty.
Well, now that we have our MVP, that's everything from me. That's everything from my team. So then that's everything from us. Thanks for coming to see us today, folks. I have been your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or not Son of Asgard, oops, all brands, or World Tree Quests here on Twitch and YouTube. With me today we've had Just Harry, we've had Patron of Chaos, and we've had Khadij Al Kubra. From all of us here at World Tree Quests, good night, stay safe. Always remember, detect good and evil will pick up undead, especially if you're standing in a shop next to them. Oh, and
Yeah,
Don't pull a finny. Good night, folks. Good night.